Okay, so when do I go on YouTube? I'm live now. Are we live on YouTube? Okay. All right. Hi, good morning, guys. Hi, good morning. Can you please confirm at the back if the audio is all right? Yes, it is. Okay. How about Bangalore? Can you guys raise your hands if you can hear me, see me properly? Fantastic. How about Mumbai? Raise your hands, please. All right, nice. Good morning to all of you again. Starting, do you want to start? We're starting a new subject today. Do you know that? Which one? Quant. How many of you here for the first time? First class people? Like people who are for the first class here? Okay, got it. So quant, अंदर से क्या भावनाएं जाग रही है? How do you feel when you think of quant? Interesting? Is that the feeling? Excitement? Fear? Fat rahi hai. Okay, so I'll tell you a little bit of my background with quant. I was okay with maths in school, not too bad, not too great. I would say average. I enjoyed the algebra part of it quite a bit. So I did my schooling in Marathi. So we used to have Bij Ganit and Bhumiti. So Bij Ganit is algebra and Bhumiti is geometry. So I liked the algebra part quite a bit. Geometry, I was like, okay-ish. Then did 11th, 12th, I was introduced to calculus for the first time. Derivation, integration, but I guess yeah. So by then, मेरे को Pune का हवा लग गया था. So I was from a relatively smaller town. I'd come to Pune, and then I was in symbiosis, by the way. And you can imagine there are a lot of other good things to do in symbiosis than to spend your time on integration. So I kind of just survived, managed to pass. Never really spent time on it. Never used to go to tuitions, classroom. Thoda bahut jugaad karke somehow managed to pass. Never kind of respected the subject the way it should be respected. Then life continued, and then a few years down the line, I started studying for CFA, FRM, all these financial exams. And that's when I truly discovered, like, if you want to be good at finance, you generally want to be good with numbers, and you want to be good with data, because it's all about data, right? Whatever decisions you want to take, they will be data driven. And then I will truly have to learn the mathematics, statistics, the way it should be learned, not for the exams. So I remember in fact, I felt that for all the subjects, I felt that for science as well. So when I completed my CA, I gave myself a few months, bought all the NCERT books again. Okay, so like I did not study NCERT books because I had a state level books, but I bought NCERT because they were free. Right? You could download them on the NCERT website, so I got some of them, history, Bipin Chandra, and then mathematics and all those, and read them again. And then I truly started enjoying mathematics. So the reason why I'm saying this is, if there is anyone who feels that I'm scared of maths, scared of probabilities, can you raise your hands if you feel that way? Be honest with me. Okay, so if you feel that way, a lot of times it's just, our past experience with the subject than the subject itself, right? It's probably, the way you learned, your school teacher, whatever. But one thing I can promise you, by the time we finish our sessions, you're truly, truly going to enjoy this. You're going to have a lot of fun because it's extremely useful, extremely practical subject. So when you learn this the way it should be learned, right, a lot of things in life would start making sense. For example, something like normal distribution. Heard of it? No, right? But normal distribution sounds like a fancy statistical thing. But when we will correlate that with a lot of things that happen to us in real life, right? Why that symmetry is so beautiful. How does that symmetry applies in real aspects of life? Then it will start making sense. So today I'm starting with the first reading. We are also streaming this live on YouTube. It's streaming right now. And the reading we're going to start is called Time Value of Money. Simplest, easiest, but also one of the most powerful concepts of finance. So let's start. I would not assume anything, though I think most of you might have done level 0. You have. But we'll start with basics and then slowly we'll start layering up. Today's the day we have a lot of fun with numbers. So let's start. All right. So your first example. It will be nice if you have Excel calculators with yourself. Those are the calculators will be using for the exams. If you don't have them, sit next to someone who has one. Example 1. Let's say you have 100 rupees with you today. You go to a bank and you say, I would like to make an investment, like some sort of a deposit. The bank says, fair enough. We will offer you 10% per annum. We will offer you a rate of 10% per annum. You said, okay, fair enough. I would like to make investment for 1 year. How much money do you think you will have at the end of year 1? You will have 110. So after 1 year, the amount of money you're going to have is 110. Now, this 100 that you have here, which is the amount that's available with you, we call this amount as the present value, the value that I have with me today. You're investing for 1 year, so 1 is typically called as the time period N. So we generally use the notation T or N. Those are the most common notation. Then this 10% is referred to as either interest or at times we use it as a different word. What do we call it? Yield. So that's why on your calculator, the button which is dedicated for interest rate is called I by Y. But we would be using a variety of different names here. Interest yield is another popular word that we generally use. Discount rate. Okay, so if you're learning for the finance for the first time, you don't want to think of it as, I went shopping, I got some discount. Discount rate is a more general term that we use for all the interest rate. So discount rate in this instance, that's 10%. And then 110 that we have here, that's called the future value. Right. Now, how to get the future value? There are 2 ways of doing it. So, is your method 1, which is on Texas calculator. Do this with me. I know most of you know how to do it. Instead, do it for good practice. So first, you press the second button and clear DBM button. All those of you who are learning this for the first time, please sit next to someone who knows how to use calculator. Okay, so just move your seats around, find someone who knows calculator and do this together. Second, clear DBM. Second is that yellowish grayish button of the calculator. Clear DBM is the DBM row last button.
Why do you need to do second clear degree? Because the calculator tends to save previously used numbers, right? So you want to delete them. So second clear devium. I hope all of you found the button. Then make 100. So type in 100 and then press the present value button. So 100 becomes your present value. Then press 10. Then press I bar. Press 10, press I bar. Press 1, press N. 1 N. So just instructing your calculator that these are my inputs, and then press compute and then hit the future value button. Compute future value. What do you see? Calculator is giving you minus 110. Can anyone tell me why there is a minus sign? Why is there a minus sign? If anyone can raise, anyone who's online can raise their hands. Tell me why we have a negative sign here. Yes, Shriram.
Yeah, hi, good morning. Because in present value, it shows us a cash flow. So then the other one should be outflow. So vice versa.
Correct. Yeah, that's right. So see, your calculator doesn't know whether you're investing or borrowing.
Mr. Utkarsh Jain, I think a lot of people are saying voice is echoing, so I'm just conveying their thoughts as well.
Voice is
Chat
equal.
box.
Why? So what should I? No, wait a minute. I think I figured out what's wrong. Just a minute. I'm fixing the audio issue.
Can you confirm now if the audio issues are gone? You can hear me properly?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. My apologies. I think I forgot with some technical stuff. Anyways, yeah. So your calculator doesn't know where are you investing? Like, is this a loan or is this an investment? Okay. But what your calculator understands is that if I invested today, for example, if this 100 today was an investment, then in the future I should get the money back. So sign should be opposite, right? Or if you've taken a loan today, then in the future you should be paying it. So sign should be opposite. That's why we have opposite signs here. All right. Alternatively, we can also write a formula for this. Okay. And how do you write a formula? You will say future value is equal to present value of 100 into 1 plus 10% raised to 1. Now, a lot of people ask me, Utkarsh, where does that 1 come from? Like, why do we need that 1 in the formula? Yes, it's a compounding formula, I get that, but wo ek kahan se aaya? 100%. So you're saying 100% plus 10%, like that. Is that how it's coming? It's an easy way for you to think. So you think of this 1 as just $1. Okay, imagine you just have $1 with you. And you invest that $1 at 10%. So you increase 10% on $1. So your $1 will become how much? 1.1. And if $1 became 1.1, $100 will become how much? 110, right? So just think of that 1 as $1. It becomes easier to approach this. So 1 plus 10%, investing for 1 year, so raised to 1 multiplied by 100. That's your simple plain vanilla TVM. Are you comfortable with this? Okay. Let's do example number 2. Imagine you have 100 with you today. That's your present value. Interest rate again is 10% per annum. In fact, you know what? Let's take a slightly more practical example. Let's say you have managed to save a reasonable sum of 100,000 rupees with you. Okay, so that's your present value, 100,000 Indian rupees. Now you're considering that I would like to invest this for my retirement, and you have a very long time horizon. Okay, something like maybe Warren Buffett, where Charlie and Warren, they've been here forever, right? So let's say your investment horizon, I'm going to go crazy with this. Your N is going to be, let's say, 50 years. Okay, someone who's 20-year-old now, you'd withdraw this money when you'd be 70-year-old, just at your retirement, not before that. Okay, it's crazy, but something really magical is going to happen here. Now, you decide to invest your money at different asset classes. So let's say you decide to do something like gold. Okay, or you decide that you would do a fixed deposit. Or you decide that you would do a residential real estate, like a flat, like residential real estate. Or you decide to do a commercial real estate. Or you decide to do an equity index. So in India, the option that we have is Nifty, Sensex. So decide that I would simply invest into an index. I would not think about it. जैसे जो भी पैसा है निफ्टी में लगा दूंगा. Or you decide that I would pursue some sort of an active equity investment. Okay, whatever is your style. Active means going and selectively picking up stocks that you like. Now, if you invest in gold, what kind of returns do you think you would get on? In fact, let me rephrase my question. Out of all these investments, gold, fixed deposit, residential real estate, commercial real estate, Nifty, active equity investment, which investment catches your fancy? Which investment do you think gives you maximum return? Active equity? Using active equity is the best investment here? Nifty. You don't think it's realistic? Have you not met those uncles who've made crazy money on flat? Sit beta flat kharid do. No? No, that's not true. Nifty. Okay. Thank God. Sounds like a CFA class. So gold, what do you think returns we get? Yeah, 4%. Okay. Yeah, this is fun. Pranjal, Ujwal, that's fantastic. You know what? If gold were to give you 11%, our life would have been so nice, no? If gold were to give us 11%, we would have been sorted. Okay, how about fixed deposit in your favorite bank? 5%, 6%. Okay, now with the heightened interest rate, maybe we get a little bit more, 6%. Residential real estate. 6% total return? Really? Yes. 5%. Okay. What do you guys think? Residential real estate. So see, when you invest into real estate, you technically earn from two things. You earn from something called as a rental yield. Okay, or also called lease yield. Like when you buy a property, give it on rent, you get some rent, right? Now, typically in India, in residential properties, you'll be surprised to know, but the rental yield are about 2 to 3%. That's it. So which means, and you can do this yourself. If you buy a 1 crore apartment, 1 crore, by the way, is 10 million. If you buy a 1 crore apartment, a 1 crore apartment will get you a rent of about 25,000 rupees per month, a little less than that actually. So when you get 25,000 rupees per month, how much do you get per annum? 3 lakhs, 300,000. So 300,000 on 10 million, what percentage is that? That's 3%, right? That's rental yield. So India is one of the markets in the world where rental yields are really low. Therefore, purely from a financial perspective, it always makes sense to rent a house in India as against purchase. There are certain micro markets in India where the property prices are so expensive and the rental yields are like 1.7, 1.8%. Things have gotten a little better in the last 1.5 year, but that gap is going to remain. In certain UK market, certain geographies in the UK, Middle East, even in certain belts of US, the lease yields are in the range of 5 to 7%. So from that perspective, we can conclude that India is a perpetually inflated market as far as real estate is concerned. But let's say we take rental yield as 2, capital appreciation at par with inflation of 5. So the total rental yield, total income that you would earn on residential real estate is about 7%. Shriram is asking why. Shriram, that's a session for another day. There are a variety of reasons why real estate is expensive in India, but maybe we should discuss that some other day. Then commercial real estate. Within commercial, there are different types. Obviously, we have shopping malls, we have warehousing, we have offices. Within offices, I don't know if you know it, but there is a grade A plus, grade B. If you've seen a fancy glass facade building, mostly the type of offices some of you work in, right? Panchsheel, and those are called your grade A. So typically in good cities, in good location, grade A might generate you something like 10% or maybe a little less than that. Okay, but somewhere in that ballpark. All right, then we come to equities. How much do you think Nifty earns you? 12 to 15. Really? Why are you so confident? Yeah, so historical CAGR on Nifty would be about 12.5%. Plus we get dividend yield. We also get dividend, right? So that will give us another 1.5. So I'm going to take on an index level return of 13%. So 4, 6, 7, 10, 13. And then active equity investment. Right? So all of us are pursuing this career. And if you're pursuing this career, then we should at least have an ambition to be the best in what we do, right? So if you're the best in what you do, now there are some extreme examples. There are some guys who've done crazy in India, outside India. But I'm going to give you example of someone whose strategy is replicable from a technical perspective, but very difficult from a behavioral perspective. Okay, so I'm going to show you something cool. All right. So we're on the Berkshire website. We're going to download their annual letters. Now, Berkshire is the company of Warren Buffett, right? And these people, they write one letter every year. And I strongly encourage you to take out some time and read this letter. It's pure gold if you read them. Some people, in fact, have taken these letters, compiled them, and they sell books on Amazon. Okay, it does not make any sense whatsoever. It's available free of cost. Download them, take a printout. Now, the first page of this letter is where Berkshire kind of puts their magic here. They started investing in 1965. All right, and what I want you to see is come here, and I just want you to look at this number. Compounded annual gain or growth rate. We generally call this number as CAGR, compounded annual growth rate. Then you see how much is that? 20.1%. Big deal? Come on, Indian markets last year, my own portfolio was like 70, 80%, correct? So what's the big deal with 20? Correct. The big deal is not 20. The big deal is this. From 1965 to 2021. Right? Being able to compound at 20% for a long period of time. How many years are those? 56 years, right? So compounding at 50 for 56 years at 20%. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we'll assume that, and in fact, if you talk to Warren Buffett, in fact, last night I was listening to an interview by Seth, I forgot his first name, but Seth has written a book. He runs a hedge fund. He's written a book called Margin of Safety. A lot of people say that he's the right guy to take over Warren Buffett's portfolio after his death. Okay. And their investment style is similar. So Seth was talking about Warren Buffett in that interview, and he was saying that Warren Buffett's investment style is not difficult to figure out. You know, if you spend a couple of months learning finance sincerely, like full time, you can figure out how he thinks. I mean, not at his depth, but at least you would start making sense of what kind of stocks will you like, what kind of stocks will you not like. That's not the difficult part. The difficult part is to buy them, the behavioral part, and then sit tight, irrespective of all the noise around us, irrespective of Arnab shouting on the television, saying, India wants to know what are we doing with what inflation, recession, or mujhe de do kya do. So all the noise that happens on CNBC, everything that happens around us, you insulate yourself and you do this 20.1%. So let's take 20.1. Now this is going to be crazy, all right? We're investing for 50 years because we want to avoid too many zeros on your calculator. When we insert present value, we're just going to insert 1. Okay, so the answer will be in rupees and lakhs, rupees and 100,000. Okay, so I'll show you the first one, you do the remaining ones. Second clear TVM. How much are we investing? 1. So 1 is your present value. How many years? 50. So 50 is N. 50 is N. 4 is your IY. Compute present value. Sorry, my mistake. Do it again. Second clear TVM, 1 is your present value, 50 N, 4 IY, compute future value. How much? 7.1. 7.1? Yeah. So which means 1 lakh that you invested became 7 lakh rupees. 100,000 that you invested became 700,000. Good. It's multi-bagger. Isn't it multi-bagger? Multi-bagger means, you know, like Peter Lynch made the term popular, 10-bagger. 10-bagger means growing 10 times. So this is a 7-bagger. In fact, I always tell people, like a lot of people come to me and say, Utkarsh, can you give me a multi-bagger tip? Okay, so I tell them, go and buy any random asset for 30, 40 years. It is a multi-bagger, right? Because in the long run, everything is a multi-bagger. So gold became 7 times. Nice. Now don't do second clear TVM. Just make 6 is IY. 6 is IY. Just overwrite 4 with 6. 6 is IY, complete future value. 18.4. Sorry? Oh yeah, what happened suddenly? Okay, it's good now. It's fixed. Yeah. And I just want you to appreciate that, you know, strange thing with interest rates. You know, human brains, we are wired to think linearly, right? We always think linearly. That's how we are wired. But compounding is one of those items which are non-linear product. Interest rate increased only by 2%. But look at this, your amount became more than double, right? So that 2% is, you know, is a big thing, right? Because in the long run, it creates a massive difference. Okay, now next 7 is IY. Let's see how much money you would make if you buy a property and sit on it forever. 29.45. Isn't that crazy? Just 1% difference, 6 to 7. But your retirement corpus goes from 18 lakhs to 29 lakhs. So you can imagine what's going to happen now. Right? So make 10 is IY. 117. Are you sure? Is it 117? So you become a crorepati now. Nice. Just 1 lakh today. That's it. 1 lakh, you invest, you forget. And then you get up after 50 years. And I hope you live that long to enjoy this money. So you get up after 50 years and then you have 117.39. In fact, obviously we know this, right? One of the reason also for success of Charlie and Warren Buffett is they're living insanely long life. Like, look at Charlie. How old is he? Like, it's like forever. You look at him, you feel like, like 5 years ago, he looked too old. Okay. 13 I buy. What, 450? 450. So that's 4.5 crores. At 13%, you have 4.5 crores. So 3% made huge difference. And let's see what you are able to compound at. Sorry? 9,000? 9,000? 9,480. Is this correct? 9487? 9487 is correct? 0.46. Keep 20.1 as IY. You know how much is that amount? 94 crores. So almost 100 crores. Somewhat there, right? 100 crores. So do you want to have 100 crores? Yeah, it's not difficult now, right? You don't need a very large starting point. In fact, there's a very good presentation available on internet, free of cost. 0 to 1,000 crores by Ramdev Agrawal. How it says how I made my first 100 crores or first 1,000 crores or something like that. Read this. He talks about the same stuff. In fact, let's reverse calculate. Let's say that we have to have 100 crores. Okay, just for the fun of it. 100 crores means you want to make this number 1,000. So you're going to invest 1, but you'd like to have 1,000 with you, 100 crores. And let's say that we can't beat Warren Buffett. So let's say we can't exceed 20.1. How many years are we going to need? My video is not good. Just give me a minute. Let me fix if there's something wrong in the settings. I think the light is not adequate. Can you move it a little back? ऐसे रहने दो. All right. Apologies for the video issues. Yeah, but how many years do we need? 37 point. How is it possible? In 50 years, we're getting. Sorry, we need one more zero. My apologies. We need 10,000, not 1,000. So here's how you're going to do. I'll show you how to do this. Second clear TVM. Keep 1 as present value. Keep 1 as present value. Now I'm going to make an error. You correct me. Keep 10,000 as future value. Correct. If you keep 10,000 as future value, you would get error 5. Why is that? Because you're telling your calculator, I'm investing 1 now and I will invest 10,000 in the future. No, I'm investing 1, I will withdraw 10,000 in the future, right? Opposite direction. So you just need to convey your calculator that the direction is opposite. So make this number 10,000 negative when you enter. When you want to make this negative, use the last row of the calculator. There's a sign switcher, plus minus. So press 10,000, make it negative, press future value. Keep 20.1 as I by compute n. 50 point? Oh, so we just needed what? Another 4 months. 4 months, your 9,400 would have become 100 crores, right? 94 crores would become 100 crores. Understood this? Okay. Uh, let's do one more example. Can I increase the level a little bit now? Okay. You're going to invest today 100 at the rate of 10% per annum. Okay. Now, one thing you need to know, unless otherwise mentioned, it's a default, and this is applicable for everything that you learn in finance. Okay, CFA, FRM, CA, whatever exams you want to write ever in your life, whatever interest rates you're always dealing, interest rate by default is always quoted as an annual number. So even if I do not write this as 10% per annum, you have to understand it is per annum interest rate. That's the default convention. हर एक interest rate एक साल के लिए ही होता है. Okay, but the compounding frequency of that interest rate could be different. Okay, so this is 10% per annum, but the compounding frequency could be different. So compounding frequency could be, let's say, annual, that means once a year, or it could be semi-annual, or it could be quarterly, or let's say monthly. Okay, so we'll experiment with 4 scenarios. So what do you mean by compounding frequency? So here's what you mean. When the compounding frequency is annual 10%, that means you will get 10% per annum at the end once a year. Interest will be given to you only at the end, which means you invest 100 today, and by the end of the year, you will receive 110, simple. Okay. But semi-annual, it works differently. So the way it works is you invest 100 today, interest will be given to you twice a year. 10% is per annum. So how much for half of the year? 5%. So in the 6 months, your 100 will become 105. And then by the end of the year, now what happens is you get 5% on 105. So how much do you get? 110.25. Do this on your calculator. I'll show you how. Do this with me. Say 100 plus 5% equal to 100 plus 5% equal to how much? 105 plus 5% equal to 110.25. Right? So look at the craziness here, right? The craziness is interest rate is same, but depending on how it is compounded, your future value is going to be different. If it's compounded more frequently, you're going to get out with more money because you're getting interest on interest more number of times. So this gives you 110, that's giving you 110.25. Let's look at quarterly. So 100 will become 102.5. Can you please do plus 2.5% on it? Quarterly, right? So 10 divided by 4, 2.5. So 102.5 plus 2.5%. 105.06 plus 2.5%. 107.68 plus 2.5%. Just increase 2.5% every quarter. 110.38. So focus on these numbers. Started with 100. Annual compounding, got 110. Semi-annual started with 100, got 110.25. Quarterly, 100, ended up with 110.38. Now, what do you think? In monthly, will I get more than 110 or less than 110? Obviously more, right? The compounding benefit will kick in. So now we'll use a shortcut, and I'll show you how to do this on calculator. Keep 100 as your present value. Keep 100 as your present value. Now, when you do your IY, you're going to do 10 divided by 12 equal to is your IY. So even though your per annum interest rate is 10%, on a monthly basis, you're getting 10 by 12. So 10 divided by 12 is IY. This is your interest rate per month. And how many months in a year? 12. So 12 will be N. Compute future value. 110.47. So that's your future value. And that's how you deal with compounding. Is this making sense? How would I do semi-annual on calculator? What should be present value? 100. What should be the IY? 5. 10 divided by 2. 5 is the IY. And what should be the N? 2. So 2 will be N. And then we will say compute future value. That will give us 110.25. Okay. Let's do a practice question. Let's see if you can handle this. All right, so let's say, let's pick up a character. क्या नाम है सर आपका? क्या? सॉरी? अमित. अच्छा. सुनाई दिया था, मैं उसको थोड़ा एक्साइट कर रहा था. ओके. अमित. कुठून आलास आता तू? Okay. So let's say, Amit, you have 100 rupees with you, and your mom has given you a task. Go and make that 100 rupees as investment into some bank. Okay. Now, you being a good boy, you decide that I'll shop around. I'll go and talk to few different banks, and then figure out which bank is giving me the best return. So first, you go to your favorite bank, Bank of Maharashtra. So Amit goes to Bank of Maharashtra. Okay, and then he walks into the bank, and he, being the guy he goes with some swag to the counter, and he says, "Hey," and smiles at the lady sitting on the other side. I would like to open an account with you today. And the lady looks at him, shouts back, "Take it a board, lila to bagani form bara." Have you been to Bank of Maharashtra? I used to study in Pune University, so that's the only bank in the campus. Like, I used to study, like, not as a student, but I used to use their library there. So every now and then you need those. During my days, DD was a thing. Like, you want to sign up for exams, you have to get a demand draft from the bank and courier and everywhere. So I used to go to Bank of Maharashtra every now and then. Like, first time I went, I didn't know what I was getting into. But after that, I was really scared, and I was studying CA, right? So you'd expect CAs to be comfortable with banks, but Bank of Maharashtra is something else. But anyways, so let's say Bank of Maharashtra will give you 10% per annum. You know what? Let's make it 8% per annum. Then let's say you go to which bank? SBI. So let's say he goes to SBI. SBI says will give you 8.2% per annum. Fair enough. Then he walks into. Fair enough. He walks into HDFC. HDFC offers 8.5% per annum. Then he goes to. Sorry. Okay, let's go to Axis. And then Axis says we'll offer you, let's say, 9.1% per annum. So then he collects those offered documents from everyone. Then he goes to Bank of Maharashtra. This bar dar ke jata hai. So then he goes and he says, "Kaku, Axis 9.8 deti hai. Axis is giving me 9.1. You're giving me only 8%. So the lady again says, look at the board carefully. Our compounding frequency is different, right? So our compounding frequency is, we will give you returns monthly. Compounding frequency is monthly. Amit says, "Kharans." Okay, so lady says yes. Then he goes to SBI, the compounding frequency is, let's say, quarterly. Then he goes to HDFC, the compounding frequency is semi-annual. And he goes to Axis, the compounding frequency is annual. Now, Amit has learned TVM, and he needs to figure out, keeping the risk constant, he needs to figure out which of the 4 banks are giving me the best returns out of the 4. Okay? Get on with it. See if you can do this. What is compounding frequency in Marathi? Chakrawad. Sorry? Axis is giving the best. Are you working with Axis or इतना आपको आनंद का? Alright, he feels Axis Chakrawad Vyas. Okay. Axis. All right, here's how you're going to do this. See, those of you who couldn't do it, look at the screen carefully. Keep 100 as your present value. Now, look at this. Even though interest rate is 8%, it's compounded monthly. So 8 divided by 12. That will be your IY. 12 will be N. And then we will say compute future value. How much is that? 108.2 to what? 9. Okay. Then quarterly, 100 is your present value. 8.2 by 12 will be your, my mistake. 8.2 by 4 is your IY. 4 will be your N, 4 quarters in a year. And then compute future value, how much? 108.4145. Okay. Then 100 is your present value, 8.5 semi-annual. So divided by 2 is your IY, 2 is N. Compute future value. 108.68. And here 100 is your present value. 9.1 by 2 is your 9.1 by 1 is your IY. 1 is your N. Compute future value. 109.1. Easy. So this amount that you've calculated, right? From this, we can calculate a number. In fact, that's your first technical CF level 1 concept. We can calculate a number from this, which is called effective annual rate. Effective annual rate. An effective annual rate means nothing but just converting that to an annual compounding frequency. So the way you want to think of this is, okay, I went to bank gave me 8%. Whatever rates bank will give you or whatever rates are quoted, we generally use two words for them. They're called either the nominal rates or they're called the stated rates, nominal or stated. So the stated rate or the nominal rate is 8%, but compounding frequency is monthly. So how much money do I get at the end of the year at monthly? I get 108.29, which means effectively I'm earning 8.29 percentage per annum on an annual compounding basis. That's called effective annual rate or effective annual yield, EAY or EAR. All right. How about here? 8.2 is the stated rate quarterly. How much am I effectively earning? 8.45. So this is your 8.45 percentage. 8.5 is the stated rate. How much am I earning here? 8.68, because my 100 is becoming 108.68. So these are equivalent annual compounding rate, which means if I go to a bank and if bank gives me two choices, we will offer you 8.5% semi-annual, or we will offer you 8.68 annual compounding. Which one will you take? अमित को पूछते हैं. अमित, तू तुझ्या आवडत्या बँकेत गेला. You go to your bank and the bank gives you two choices. They'll give you 8.5% per annum semi-annual compounded, or they'll give you 8.68% annual compounded. Which one of the two will you select? Both are same, but what if you want to invest for 2 years? 2 years, same. What if you want to invest for 6 months? Yeah, they're same. It doesn't matter what time period. Even if you want to invest for a month, it doesn't matter, right? Because these rates are mathematically equivalent of each other. 8.5% semi-annual is 8.68% annual. That's it. All right. And anyways, this is an annual rate, so this becomes 9.1%. Now, the good news is there's a cool direct function in your calculator that lets you convert these rates from nominal to effective directly. Do you know how to do it? Yes. That function is called I conversion. Do this with me and show you the first one. Press second on the Texas calculator and then press 2. Press second, press 2. Okay. Then you've entered into I conversion function. The first thing that you're going to do is press second and clear work. Clear work is first column, last button. Every time you enter any function inside the Texas calculators, this is the first thing you want to do. Second clear work to delete if there's anything saved. Now, what do you see on your screen? Nominal. Nominal means the given rate, the stated rate. How much is the stated rate? 8. So in front of nominal, say 8, enter. Make your nominal is 8. Okay. Now press downward arrow a couple of times. You should see C by Y on the screen. C by Y means compounding frequency. Now that C by Y is always related to nominal. Okay. So you're talking about compounding frequency of nominal. What is the frequency? 12. So make it 12, enter. Don't forget to press the enter button. When you press enter, it shows equal to sign. So 12, enter. Then press downward arrow again a couple of times and see if you can reach on effective. And then press compute. And tell me how much. Effective compute. How much? 8.29. So that's your effective annual rate of 8.29%. So by using I conversion function, you can do it directly. Easy. Let me show you one more time. Those of you who missed the first one, at least focus on the second one. Be with me, try to keep pace. Press second and 2. Everything again. Press second and 2. Then press second and clear work. Second and 2, second on clear work. Now on your screen, you should see nominal. Okay. Nominal means the given rate. So say 8.2, enter. press the enter button. 8.2 enter in front of nominal. Enter button मिल गया ना? 8.2 enter. Now press downward arrows a couple of times, come on C by Y. C by Y. C by Y is compounding per year. So that is always for nominal. What is the compounding per year for 8.2? Quarterly. So make it 4 enter. C by Y 4 enter. Then press downward arrows again once or twice. You should see effective on your screen. Do you see it? Now press compute. Compute is the first button of the calculator, CPT. What do you see? 8.45. And then in this way, you can easily convert any frequency into effective annual rate. This is okay? All right, you can ask me questions if there's anything that's not clear. Are you finding me too basic right now? Should I increase the level? Want a break? Abhi chahiye? Let's do one more question. If you get this right, I'll give you a break. You want a difficult one? Very difficult? Are you sure? बजाना है तो वॉल्यूम बढ़ा के बजाओ, हम भी थोड़ा मजा लेंगे. ऐड आ गई. अच्छा, by using calculator. I have a joke, but I can't say this in a class. Do you ever encounter situations where you get a joke, you want to say it, but you know you're going to offend the person? You bolu ya nahi bolu. Okay. Example 4. Let's say you plan to retire 30 years from now. On your retirement, you're looking at a corpus of 10 million. Now, during your lifetime, there are certain events when you think you'll be able to invest some money. For example, right now, you can invest today $10,000. पैसे जेब में कम है, but सपने बड़े हैं. So you have $10,000 today, but you still want to have your 10 million. You have some of you guessed, right? No, you have an old granny. Okay, and you've done your financial modeling and you forecasted that in 5 years, granny will translate from being this state to this state. So granny will leave you some money. Let's say you expect that in 5th year you'd get about 50,000. Okay. Then let's say in about 12 years, अब क्या करें, कहाँ से लाए पैसे? Granny has a sister. और कहाँ से पैसे मिलते हैं? In about 12 years, second granny. Okay. Here's Amit. Second granny as in on both the sides, right? Both the sides. So Amit says, in 12 years, the second granny will go. And if she doesn't go, he will make sure she goes. Which is that advertisement? Yeah. That quick seal advertisement. Have you seen that? Quick seal like advertisement hai wo granny fix it or quick seal M seal dekho. Yeah, is that the reason why you came for CFA? Like yeah, M seal advertisement where this old lady is signed, this guy goes and get it signed. Sign karo, and then suddenly the drop of water falls from the roof. Okay, you're clearly not watching enough TV. Let's say 70,000. That's good actually. Yeah. Let's say 20 years. This is good. 20 years we have Achhe Din. Modi ji give you. Modi ji will give 50 lakhs is how many dollars, by the way? About $20,000. 15 lakhs is roughly ballpark $20,000, right? So let's say in 20 years, Modi ji gives you $20,000. Zimbabwean, I guess. $20,000. Okay. Now, I want you to figure out at what rate, okay, at what rate compounded, this is going to be very tough. At what rate compounded quarterly will this amount, you wanted a difficult one, will this amount become $10 million? ऐसे थोड़ी ना ऐड कर सकते हैं. What is the rate you should earn? See, I'll tell you, I'll make it clear again. In your lifetime, you need $10 million 30 years from now. That's it. Now, today you have $10,000 with you that you would invest. After 5 years, you get $50,000. After 12 years, you get $70,000. After 20 years, you get $20,000. At what rate should you invest that money in such a way that the future value of all this money becomes $10 million, compounded quarterly? ऐसे शक्ल मत देखो, करो. You said give me a difficult one. I gave you a difficult one. Even if one of you gets this right, I'll be very proud of you. And you know what? There is someone who's got this right. That's super impressive. I wasn't expecting anyone to get this right, but someone managed to do it. Paul is asking, is it possible for all of them to have same rate to reach 10 million? Yeah, I mean, we can make it possible, both in theory, but as well as in practice. We can do derivatives to make it possible. Actually, you'll have to make use of a function that I haven't taught you today. I haven't taught you today, but if you've done 11.0 course, you probably know about that function. Do you know which one? Correct. You have to use the IRR function. If you can get this right, you're the type of person who's definitely going to become a CFA charter holder. If you can think through this, then CFA Institute has already printed your charter. They've kept it ready to be shipped, waiting for you to pass level 3. Come on the chat box. Why is there so much of silence? Abhinav, Abhishek, Aditya, Ajit, Amitosh, Amruta, Arjun, Aryan, Divyang, Jejani, Harsh, Lunia, Ritvik, Gen C, Manmeet Singh, Meher, Shri Kalyan, Vasya Dayani, Melissa, Munira, Vijo, Ria. Yes, who said that? Good boy. Shashwat. Vijeta, Zoed. Ritvik seems to have reached somewhere. We have Mohit, we have Aditya. आपका नाम तनिष्क है ना? You're Tanish, right? No. What's your name? जो तनिष्क वो वहाँ पे है. ये दोनों एक जैसे दिखते हैं. Ritvik. How do you spell it? R-I-T-H-V-I-K. Okay. Ritvik has got the correct answer by the 19.03, right? I'm impressed. CFA RI. Can you explain to rest of the class here in Pune? Tell them what you did. बैठे बैठे बोलो आराम से. थोड़ा loud. At time 0, you invested 10,000. Then cash flow 1-0, because there are 4 0 cash flows between this. Right? Year 1 is 0, 2 is 0, 3 is 0, 4 is 0. So these are 4 cash flows. 4 cash flows become 0. So how do you make them 0? Cash flow 1-0. Frequency 4. So calculator figures out that there are 4 zeros. Is it? Okay. Then cash flow 2, negative 50,000. How about cash flow 0 was negative 10,000? Okay. So negative 10,000 for cash flow 0, then 4 zeros in between, then this cash flow 50,000, and I'm guessing you repeated the drill everywhere. So in between this, how many zero cash flows? 6. 6, right? Because seventh you're getting the money. So 6 zeros in between. Then here you will have how many zeros? 7. And here you will have how many zeros? 9. And then what will you have to compute? IRR. And once you get the IRR, is that the answer? No. Why? Correct. Because IRR is you're going to give you an annual answer. What do you do then? Convert annual to quarterly. Let me show you how to do this. Everyone do this with me. We'll do it slowly. We'll do it step by step. I not only want you to learn the keys, but I also want you to learn to think about it. See, in questions like these, where you have multiple cash flows, not one. Like if I just give you present value, future value, you can use the TVM rule. But I've given you uneven stream of cash flows here. Uneven means 10,000, then 50,000, then 70,000. In these cases, you have to make use of the cash flow function of the calculator. Okay, so how do you do it? Press second and press the cash flow button. Press second, cash flow button is right next to it. Those people who are new, please learn from someone who already knows how to use a calculator. Right? Just sit next to someone. Second and cash flow. Now we've entered the cash flow function. What should we do? Second clear work. So second clear work. Now on your screen, it shows cash flow 0. Okay, so times 0. What amount are we investing here? 10,000. So just keep it positive 10,000. Doesn't matter. Okay, so keep it 10,000, enter. Now come downwards. Make sure you press the enter button. So cash flow 0, 10,000, enter. Then press downward arrow. What do you have on your screen? Cash flow 1. Cash flow 1 is how much? 1. 1 means this period. This period in between. How much is that? 0. 0, no? Cash flow 0 was 10,000. Year 1, 2, 3, 4, we have nothing. Correct? There's no cash flow in between, right? Beech mein to kuch nahi hai na? So make this as 0, enter. By default, it is 0, but I still want you to press 0 and enter. Okay? Now, between year 1 and year 5, that 0 is repeating how many times? 4 times. So that's where we make use of the frequency button. So press downward arrow and it will show you F01 on the calculator. F01 means frequency. By default, ye ek hi hota hai. By default, it is always 1. But now we have to tell our calculator that see 0 is repeated 4 times so that we don't have to manually enter it 4 times. Correct? So make it 4, make it enter. So the moment you do this, your calculator understood that 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 bar repeat hua. It is repeated 4 times. Once 0 is repeated 4 times, what do you get after that? 50,000. Correct? So press downward arrow. It will show you cash flow 2, but it's not year 2 anymore. It's not year 2. It is actually year 5 because that 0 was repeated 4 times. Are you getting it? So don't worry about the number of that cash flow now. Just look at the timeline carefully. So now we've reached year 5. So now say 50,000, enter. 50,000, enter. Is it done? Then press downward arrow. Come on, cash flow 6. Cash flow 6. Now, cash flow 6 will be how much? Come on, how much are we getting in year 6? 0, right? So 0, enter. Now that 0 is repeated how many times between year 5 and 12? 6 times. So come, say 0, enter for cash flow 3. Then come to frequency 3. 0, enter for cash flow 3. If you don't enter 0, it will not let you come downwards. So it's important that you say 0, enter. Then press down arrow. It will show you frequency 3. It is asking you 0 kitne baar repeat hua hai. 0 is repeated how many times? 6 times. So 6, enter. 6, enter. Okay. Then come downward arrow. Now you have cash flow 4 on your screen, which is actually cash flow 12. So we'll now say 70,000, enter. 70,000, enter. Okay. Then downward arrow, it will show you cash flow 5. Now cash flow 5 should be how much? Cash flow 5 should be 0 again. So 0, enter. It's important that you press the enter button. It's important it shows equal to sign. By default also it is 0. But the thing is, if you do not enter the button, it will not let you go downwards. Okay, so 0, enter. Now this 0 is repeated how many times? 7 years. Between year 12 and 20. Those are 7 years. So 7, enter. Then downward arrow, come on to cash flow 6. Now cash flow 6 on your calculator is technically which year? 20th year. We've reached 20th year. So here we will say 20,000, enter. 20,000, enter. Are we together here? Then downward arrow. Now cash flow 7. Cash flow 7 should be how much? 0 again. And this time 0 will repeat how many times? 9 years. So 0, enter. And frequency of 0, 9. Frequency of 0, 9. Okay. Now this is done. Now come to cash flow 8. Now cash flow 8 is technically which year's cash flow? 30th year. Here we need those $10 million. So now we're going to enter 10 million negative. Why negative? Because all other cash flows we entered positive. So we have to enter opposite side. So 10 million, which is 6 zeros on 10. 1 0, 1 2 3, 1 2 3. So that's my 10 million negative using the sign switcher in the last row, enter. Okay. Now you would see the IRR button on the right hand side. Do you see the IRR button? Press that. Press the IRR button. What is the full form of IRR? Internal rate of return. It simply is doing a lot of fancy mathematics. Okay, this is generally solved using trial and error. There is no formula to do this. No closed-end formula. So it is doing trial and error, and it is figuring out the rate that will convert this money into $10 million. Now IRR on your screen is right now 0. Press compute. And what do you get? 20.44%. Now this 20.44%, what is the compounding frequency of this rate? Annual. This is how much we are earning per annum. But what did the question ask you? Quarterly. So this time we have to do a reverse conversion. We have to convert an annual rate to quarterly rate. So now store this number in your first memory slot. Press SPO1. थोड़ा bouncer हो गया क्या? समझ में आ रहा है आपको? Yes? Okay. So press SPO1. Okay. Now press second and 2, get into the I conversion function. Then press second and clear work. Now you already have the annual rate. So annual rate is what rate? Effective rate. Right? It is annually compounded rate. It is effective rate. So go to effective, not nominal this time. Go to effective and say RCL1, enter, which means in your effective, you should have 20.44. In your effective, you should have 20.44. Then go to compounding frequency. So press upward arrow, go to C by Y. What is the compounding frequency you want? 4. So say 4, enter. 4, enter. Then go to nominal. Keep on pressing upward arrows. Now press compute. And that is your quarterly compounded equivalent rate. So 20.44 per annum compounded annually is same as 19.039 per annum compounded quarterly. How many of you did not How many of you still feel I did not understand how to do this? Please be honest with me. Okay. People online, can you give me a me on the chat box if you did not understand how to do this? All right, we have a big chunk. Let's invest 10 minutes in doing this. Okay, let's invest 5 to 10 minutes. We'll do a quick recap and explain you what we do. I'm going to write down the keys for you so that you feel comfortable here. 10 minutes, that's it. I'm giving you a break then. Okay. Some of you are getting error 5. You got error 5 because you made a mistake with signs, right? You need to be careful with signs. Here's how you're going to do it. Step number 1, you press the cash flow button of the calculator. Everyone do this with me. It's a good practice. We'll do it one more time. This time we'll do it fast. Okay. Let's build some muscle memory around this. Press the cash flow button. Then press second and clear work. Second and clear work. Now on your screen, you have cash flow 0. So there you will say 10,000 enter. Look at this. I'm not making it negative. You also keep it positive. Just keep it 10,000 enter. That's it. Then press downward arrow, go to cash flow 1. Cash flow 1 says 0 enter. Then press downward arrow, go to frequency 1. Frequency 1, you want to keep it 4 क्योंकि 0 0 4 बार repeat हो रहा है. So frequency 1, 4 enter. 4 enter. Then press downward arrow, go to cash flow 2. Cash flow 2, make it 50,000 positive enter. 50,000 positive enter. Then press downward arrow a couple of times and go on to cash flow 3. Cash flow 3 will be 0 enter. Now that 0 is repeated 6 times here, which is between year 5 and year 12. So frequency 3 will become 6 enter. It's very satisfying if you get these type of challenging questions right. Okay, after the break, I'm going to give you even more difficult than this or more challenging. But to be able to do that, you need to understand the logic here. Why did I make this 0? Because there are 6 zeros between year 5 and year 12. Okay, then go to cash flow 4. Cash flow 4, make it 70,000 enter. You're just telling your calculator when is the money coming in, when is the money going out. That's it. 70,000 enter. Then go to press downward arrow a couple of times, go to cash flow 5. Make it 0 enter. Now 0 is repeating how many times between year 12 and 20? 7 years, right? So frequency 5, make it 7 enter. Then go to cash flow 6. Cash flow 6, make it 20,000 enter. Then downward arrow a couple of times, go to cash flow 7. Cash flow 7, make it 0 enter. 0 enter. Then press downward arrow once, you will get frequency 7. Now frequency is repeated between year 20 and 30 how many times? 9 times. So 9 enter. 9 enter. And then go to cash flow 8, which is your final cash flow. And this time around, because all other amounts were entered positive, we were saying we were depositing the money. So now we're going to withdraw it. So this number, negative 10 million. So 10 with 6 zeros, and you have to make it negative, enter. Okay, how do you make it negative? Use the sign switcher in the last row of the calculator. Once you've done this, then press the IRR button on the right hand side of the cash flow button, and then press the compute button. And tell me what are you getting now? 20.44. So this is 20.44% per annum compounded annually. (20.44% per annum compounded annually). But that's not what we're looking for. What we're looking for is compounded quarterly. So can I say that this, Tejas, you made errors with your cash flow function. You do it again after the break. Can I say that this is already an effective annual rate? Is this an effective annual yield? Because it is compounded. This is already an annual compounded rate. Okay, so now press the I conversion function and do this with me. Atish says add another 0 to 10 million. Really? Okay. Yeah. So apparently, Tejas, I think apparently a few people have made this mistake. See, you need 6 zeros on 10, not on 1. You need 7 zeros on 1. No, it's okay. School में कहाँ पे आपको मिलियन आता था? पूरा तो एचएस नहीं. So you need to have 7 zeros on 1 and then make it negative. Okay. All right. So now the last step. Now, will you please listen to me? Let's do the last step together. Now press second and 2. Second and 2. Now, see, in this field, when you press second and 2, we get 3 fields. Okay, which 3 fields? Nominal, C by Y, effective. What you need to know is that these two are always related to each other. Whatever is the nominal rate, the compounding frequency of that rate, you need to enter. For effective rate, we don't need compounding frequency. Why is that? For effective rate, there is no CY button on the calculator. Why is that? Because it's always annual. That's what an effective means, right? Effective means it is always annual. So in this case, we already have an annual rate. What is the rate we have? 20.44. So we already have an annual rate of 20.44%. We need to convert that to nominal rate. So now what you do on your calculator is go to effective and say 20.44, enter. Go to effective and say 20.44, enter. Have you done that? Then go to C by Y and say 4, enter, because we would like to convert that to quarterly. So go to C by Y, 4, enter, go to nominal and then press compute. 19.03%. That's your answer. Mazara? Can we do one quick thing before we let you go, like just for 2 minutes? Okay. So let's have some fun with this now. Okay. See, these keys are already there in your cash flow function. Okay. Your calculator also has a very cool thing called the net future value. But this net future value function exists only with the professional calculators, not with the student version of the calculators. Can I see your calculator? So if you, at the time of buying the calculator, if you spend those additional 1,000 odd bucks and 1,000 odd Indian rupees, then you would have purchased this calculator. Right? If you have this version of the calculator, it's going to do it for you. If you tried to save money and bought the other one, which actually looks cool, by the way, this looks very ugly. The other one looks very nice, but unfortunately, it doesn't have those functions. So if you have the professional calculator, we can actually verify whether we've done the right maths. Okay, the numbers are already there in your cash flow function, so we don't need to touch cash flow. On the right of cash flow, what button do you see? NPV. So press the NPV button now. Press the NPV button. Okay. What does it show you? I. It is asking you what's your interest rate. So now we'll have to give annual interest rate to this calculator. So say 20.44. We'll try to do all the decimals. So I'll tell you exact decimals. 20.44239,886. Let me write it for you. 20.44239,886. Enter this number in your eye. So that will be as close as possible to the answer. Have you done this? Make sure you press the enter button. Done? Press downward arrow. What do you see? Chhod do. Downward arrow. NFV. What is NFV? Net future value. Net future value means future mein kitna paisa aayega. How much money will I have in the future? Okay. So wait a minute. Don't press. Because your calculator needs to figure out what is going to be the future. Like, what do you mean by future, right? We'll have to tell your calculator what future is. Remember, we've entered that negative 10 million at the end. So your NFP will turn out to be 0 with this, because one of them is positive, one of them is negative, right? So you do one thing, press the cash flow button again and go to the last cash flow. Okay, go to the cash flow 7. Cash flow 7 is, sorry, which is the last cash flow? 8. Cash flow 8 is of which year? 30th year, right? Make it 0. Make it 0. So don't tell your calculator how much you want. Let's figure out how much it gives us, which means we are not telling our calculator that I want 10 million, because we've already calculated the rate. So we're telling our calculator, see boss, I'm going to invest this amount, okay, over a period of time. How much money will I have here? Okay, now press the NPV button again. Now go to NFV. Press the NPV button, go to NFV. Press compute. You have 10 million. So that's your verification. That if I invest 10,000, 50,000, 70,000, 20,000, then at the end of 30th year, I will have 10 million with me. Do you want to do one more crazy thing? Like really crazy? Are you sure? We can also get quarterly rate direct on the calculator in the IRR function itself. But calculation zyada hoga. We can directly get the quarterly rate. Do you want to do it? Okay. All that we will have to do is convert these number of years to quarters in the calculator. For example, 0 remains 0. But this 5 will become which quarter? 20th quarter. 12 will become 48. 28 will become 80. And 30 will become आप जो भी फिर मुझे भी चाहिए 120. All right, so and remember we have deleted that last 10 million, so we need to add it back again now. Okay, so press the cash flow button. Cash flow 0 remains 0. Cash flow 0 becomes cash flow 0 remains 10,000. Cash flow 1 remains 0. But now the frequency becomes, the first frequency becomes 19, because now there are 19 quarters in between. I hope your calculator allows such big calculation. Okay, I don't know, I've never tested it, but it will be fun to test it. So did you understand now? 19 quarters. So we're directly going to figure out a quarterly rate, per quarter kitna paisa milega. Then keep the cash flow same, go to this next frequency that you had entered. You must have entered right now 6 as the frequency. Now make that as 27. Is that correct? 27. 27 quarters. Okay. Sab saath mein hai na? So you replace 6 with 27. Then you go and change the next frequency to How much will this be? 32, 31, right? But this, change the next frequency, which is currently 7, make it 31. Next frequency must be 7, right? एक frequency 1 होगा, उसके बाद there will be a frequency which is 7. Replace 7 to 31. Don't change 1 to 31. 7 to 31. Are we together? This. And then next frequency, change it to 39. So replace 9 with 39. Replace 9 with 39. Not 1 with 39, 9 with 39. And then the last cash flow, make it 10 million. Make sure you get the zeros right this time around. 10 के ऊपर 6 गुल्ले. 6 zeros on 10, 7 zeros on 1. It should be negative. Have you done it? Okay. Now, by the way, this calculation is not easy for a calculator because it's a trial and error function. So in fact, if you do this on Excel and make it very complex, Excel hang ho jata hai kabhi kabhi. Especially, seriously on low-end computers. So I'm not sure if your calculator is strong enough to handle this, but it will be fun to do it. I hope our numbers are correct. Now press everyone has done this, right? Okay, now press the IRR button. Okay, it's showing you old number right now. Press compute. 4 point something. That's okay. But 4.75 is per quarter. Per quarter. This is how much you're earning per quarter because we've converted time to quarter basis now. We want to know how much per annum. So multiply with 4. Mazara? Okay, now you want your break. You'd get 25 minutes. I'm going to put on a timer. It's a break on YouTube as well. So those people who are attending live on YouTube can come back after 25 minutes. After the break, I'm going to slowly scale up the level, right? So I plan to finish the whole TVM today itself. So we'll be doing more challenging stuff. No, ban nako karus. YouTube, hello. Ban nako karus. Just a timer. Can you confirm if my audio is all right now? Okay. Should we spend 15-20 minutes and talk about how to study? All right. This is how to study for general. So I'll lay out the framework for you. Then you can ask me, then I'll answer some specific questions. Some people during the break were asking me a few queries. Okay. Fair. So how to study in general, right? Then I'll answer more specific queries. So 3 steps, simple, straightforward: learn, practice, revise. Nothing more to it. Learn, practice, revise. See, CFA exam is different than most of the exams you might have taken in the past. There's a lot of focus on conceptual clarity. This is not a Rattamaru exam. This is not an exam that you can get away by memorizing things. Okay, like for example, if you memorize the steps that I gave you in the TVM question, but you did not understand how I derived the steps, on the exam you would find some different variation of that question. So you should be a thinking mind. You should be the kind of person who's always asking why to things, curious, going on internet, googling this, why this, why that. That's the type of people who truly are good people in finance. So learn. A lot of focus is on concept building. You need to do 2 things here. First, you need to watch pre-recorded videos on the FinTree LMS. How many of you spend time watching videos on LMS every day? Make this a part of your life. Okay, so give up on subscription of Netflix, Amazon, Hotstar, Joby, all the nice things that you have. Just give up on that subscription. Even if you paid money for advance, delete that. It's fine for a few months, because 10 years from now, you would not remember which movie you saw on Netflix. But 10 years from now, you will appreciate your CFA charter on your wall. Right? The kind of happiness, in life, everything is trade-off, right? So you're always giving something to get something. So you want to ask whether you want that short-term happiness or you want to get something that's perpetual, going to remain with you forever. So watch videos on FinTree LMS every day. Preferably, it's nice if you can watch videos in advance. For example, next class, I'll be doing probabilities with you. So it's a good idea to watch probabilities videos before you show up to the class. Second, you do the live sessions. Okay. I'm going to say this is and or. Some topics, for example, time value of money, which is easy. Just do the live class. It's okay if you don't watch the videos. But certain topics, for example, very soon we'll be learning hypothesis testing. उसमें काफी मजा आएगा आपको, अलग-अलग मजा आएगा. So when we learn hypothesis testing, that time it's a good idea to watch videos in advance and then attend a live class and then ask me questions, okay? So that all of us learn through it. So that's your learning curve. Simple. I'm not asking you to read any books. I'm not asking you to do anything else. It's such a simple process. Watch videos, attend live class. Nothing else. Practice. The most important leg of the 3-step process that we have. Step number 1. Step number 1. Not for you. That was for the host. Step number 1, you practice CFA curriculum end of the chapter questions, EOCs. So CFA curriculum is a book that CFA Institute gives you. उसको कभी खोल के देख लो. You get that copy free of cost when you sign up for CFA exams. They give you the PDF free, and then if you need a print version, you have to pay $150 or $150. Print versions are also nice, by the way. I mean, they're expensive, but they send you some really high quality, printed books. If you want, you can get them. Most of the students I've encountered, they work with the free copies. At the end of every reading, there are about 30 questions. Okay. And these, in my personal opinion, are the most representative of what you're going to see on the CFA exam. So it's a really good test of how well you would do on the exams, how much you're scoring on EOCs. So spend a lot of time on end of the chapter questions. Every topic, it's a must. If you're just watching videos and doing live sessions and you feel mera syllabus ho gaya, you're not going to pass. It's as simple as that. It has to be learn and practice both. Then only we can say that my syllabus is done. So end of the chapter questions. Second practice source is curriculum blue boxes. Blue boxes are nothing but examples within the CFA curriculum. So if you open CFA curriculum, every now and then they have those examples, like in-text example 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to do them as well. And then step number 3, the weekly test that we do at FinTree. Every Saturday, there's a test. The tests are mandatory and all of you are expected to write. See, the benefit of doing weekly tests is you get opportunity to benchmark yourself, because every week I announce the names of the top 10 scorers. Every week we discuss top 10 scorers. We also discuss a median score or a minimum passing score, not because we want to say that, okay, this guy is smarter than this guy. No, that's not the purpose. You get an opportunity to benchmark with people who are preparing for very aggressively. So the fact that you guys are here, you're already in a higher probability pool, right? You're already in that pool where your probability of passing is higher because you're preparing, you're putting in time, you're being intensive about your studies. Within that pool, if you're scoring good, that automatically means आप 100% pass होने ही वाले हो. That's the whole logic behind this. So you write weekly tests every week and you get that exam-like experience. And every weekly test, you think of it as, this is my CFA exam. So every weekly test, every Saturday. In fact, if I were you, what I would do is on Friday night, I'll give myself 5-6 hours. And on whatever topics the test is going to be, I will solve 100-200 questions on the same topic before I write the actual exam. And then on Saturday morning, I write the test, automatically I'll score good. And then every week I'll give myself a target that I'll try to improve my own scores by 5%. So last week, if I scored 70, this week I'll try and score 75. Okay, at least some battery share, at least some improvement over. Hello. At least some improvement over the, can you hear me at the back? Yeah, some improvement over last week's score. That should be your target. So practice, we do 3 things. As I told you, practice is the most important leg of your preparation. So you need EOCs, you need blue boxes, you need weekly tests. You're going to do these 3 things. And then the question comes on how to revise. Right, and that's the question the gentleman asked me, because one of the common query that I hear is that I studied something 3 months ago. At that point of time, I remembered it well, but now I've forgotten it. Is it happening to you? That's something that I studied 3 weeks before, 3 days before. Something that I studied at that point, I felt like, I'm a champion in this, and then I've forgotten this. And see, you tell me honestly, is this the first time that's happening to you in your life? ये आपका बचपन से problem रहा है, और मेरा भी. It's something that we've experienced all our lives. I would confess, even CA exams. Like I took CA exams. I genuinely believe I don't deserve to be a CA because I took my CA exams as if those were BCom exams. Like I remember even when I was going to the exam hall, मेरे 2-3 चैप्टर पढ़ने बाकी थे. So मैं गाड़ी में बैठ के ऐसे I was flipping through the pages कि चलो देख लेता हूँ कुछ आ गया तो आ जाएगा. But the thing is, what we need is a more structured way to revise, and that needs a paradigm. That needs a paradigm shift in the mindset. What's the mindset? Mindset is because of these exam things, right? So in the school, we used to, are we going to replace these batteries? I can't go like this forever. Okay. We need a paradigm shift in the mindset. So throughout our schooling days, we've revised before the exams because knowledge ka zarurat hai exam ke liye. That's our mindset. Right? Let's face it, that we always revise because we thought, whatever I learn, if I reproduce this on the exam, great. If I write the exam and after the exam I forget everything else, that's okay with me. This is, by the way, there's a psychological name for it. It's called the Zeigarnik effect. Okay, so they did tests on this. I'll give you a classic example. Go to Vaishali. Vaishali is a popular South Indian restaurant, or go to any South Indian popular Indian restaurant in your town. Typically, you would see there are a lot of waiters who would not even write down your orders. Right? You would say, I want this idli, that idli, I want extra sambar, extra chutney, whatever. They'll say, okay. They'll go place your order. Then at the time of bill, they will remember what you ordered. Right? Table number 5, this guy ordered this. Now, it's very interesting that if you go to them 5-10 minutes after the bill has been paid, those people would not remember anything. So see the dichotomy here, see the extreme strange behavior that these guys have elephant-like memory right before the bill is paid. But right after the bill is paid, they forget. Why is that? Because our brain kind of knows what information to retain, what information is nonsense. Because imagine, otherwise we'll go crazy, right? The speed at which we're absorbing the information. So the fundamental mind shift that we need is we are not preparing for the exams. This knowledge I need for the rest of my life. This is not the amount of bill that the waiter is going to memorize because that's truly useless information for him or her. But this information of finance, you want to have this with you for the rest of your life. That's the mindset you need. And therefore, the change in the mindset requires that whatever you've learned, that's a precious gold. And trust me, it is gold. Information is power. Whatever career goals you have, let's say you want to make money, right? You can make crazy amount of money if you truly understand this information. If you truly believe in what you're learning is worth gold, you can earn money if you remember this information and if you figure out a way to use it. So the change in the mindset is that this information remains with me forever. And if you want to keep it with you forever, you need to revise on a daily basis. That's why you're not able to remember what you studied 3 months ago, because you thought, okay, I'll revise. You thought revision as a discrete activity. You said to yourself, I'll revise maybe once in 20 days. So you assigned 1 day in a month. Revision is not a discrete activity. Revision is a continuous activity. Right? So whatever you've studied before, you want to revise that on a daily basis. Those of you who do this successfully now at level 1, you'd find that your CFA journey will become very easy. You do this right at level 1, level 2, level 3, whatever thing that you want to learn in finance, it will become easy. Those of you who just listen to this and you say, okay, कुछ ज्ञान दे रहा है, 10-15 मिनट बकवास होगा, फिर वापस पढ़ाई होगा, you still manage to pass, but you'd always encounter those friction when you're trying to revise. So contrary to CA, because CA I never enjoyed studying, that's my honest confession, but I really had fun with CFA. And especially CFA level 2, I think I put up the best that I could do on an individual level because I love that syllabus so much. So one of the things that I started doing then is every day when I will start studying, the first 15 minutes, I will revise. And first, I used to revise in a structured way. I will revise what I did yesterday. Then I will revise what I did the day before. Then after a point, I reached to a level where I started remembering. The moment I'll open the page, I know what's in there. Okay, that happens. So pictorial memory takes over. And then I started revising randomly. And I kind of enjoyed that random revision a lot. So what I used to do is when I'm studying, I used to write those post-its. Those post-its used to be with me all the time. Aate na sticky notes. And then what I used to do is that if I'm making post-its on, let's say, quant, so on the first page of quant book, मैं सब एक साथ लगा के रख देता था. So it never used to look good, right? Because you post-it after post-it, वो इतना मोटा हो जाता था. But I used to keep all my post-its on the first page. Then in the morning when I'm going to study, let's say going to my library or study desk, if I'm studying economics today, I will randomly pick up some other subject, subjects post-its with me. So let's say if I'm studying economics, I'll probably take corporate finance with me and then put those corporate finance post-its in front of my study desk and just keep on reading them the whole day or whenever I'm studying. Every time you take breaks when you study. So, and micro breaks, like, 30 seconds break, 1 minute break, I would revise those post-its which were in front of my eyes. So the whole idea is don't think of revision as a static activity. Even now, even if your exam is 2 months away, right? August, how many days we have? 60 odd days? 69, 70 days. That's a lot of time. 70 days means 70 revision cycles. All that you need to do is you need to maybe allocate a little more time for revision. Let's say an hour a day. Get up in the morning. That's when your brains are working to the peak of its efficiency because you've slept well. So first thing that you do in the morning actually makes a lot of difference. Right? So you get up in the morning and then you revise for an hour. You allocate the best time of your day for revision and start revising with what you did yesterday. And then once you reach to a level where you figure out what I did yesterday is easy, then 2 days before, 3 days before, do it for next 70 days, you'll not have difficulty with revision. In terms of what material to use juice notes. You really don't need anything. Okay, now juice notes it's in its fifth year, 6th year, and cumulatively more than, I would say, easily 1,000 to 1,500 hours are being spent in building those notes. It has gone through a lot of iterations, and we truly feel very proud of how the level 1 juice notes are being built. So if you read these juice notes sincerely every day, I'm sure a big chunk, even though it looks like these are very small books, right? Just less than 200 pages. But when you read them every day on the exam, you'd see a lot of concepts have been already dealt with. You'd feel that I already know what this concept is. So we've used a lot of pictorial memory cues there, flowcharts, infographics. So keep on reading them as many times as you can. So use juice notes and use all the post-its that you're creating in the class. That's it. That's your learning ecosystem. You don't really need anything beyond this. And then in the final month, we do the crash course, we do the CFA mocks, we do FinTree mocks. And if you do this, you are going to pass. So you might have friends who come and tell you, read this book, solve these questions, and maybe it worked for them, right? And there's not just one way of doing it. There are 10 different ways of passing through this exam. But this system is tried and tested. It is used by more than 5,000-6,000 candidates, maybe more, around 10,000 candidates. And if you come to level 2 class of FinTree and you talk to people, how many of them used juice notes versus book X, book Y, 99% of the guys will tell you that they've not even seen at the books. Everyone studied through juice notes and they managed to get through it easily. So just believe in the system and follow it sincerely. That's it. Okay. Any questions I can answer for you? Yes. Yeah. Any tips for the mock exams? So I think a very nice plan for mocks could be like this. See, if you do all this process and if you follow the ecosystem that we built, your syllabus gets over 30 days before the exam. That's how we plan our calendars. So no matter which exam you're taking, we try to finish your syllabus 30 days in advance. So you get the whole 30 days for yourself, which is the final last leg of your preparation. In this last leg, I recommend doing 7 days, 7 full-length mock exams, plus a 5-day crash course. Okay, now the best way to do it is at the beginning of your 30-day cycle, write one mock. This mock, the first mock on FinTree website is called the Eye Opener. It's called the Eye Opener mock. You can guess why it's called Eye Opener. If Hindi names were allowed, नहीं आंखें फट गई नहीं फिर कुछ और फट गई वाली so it's that kind of a mock. It's going to scare you, but that's the purpose. You're going to score bad. Everyone scores bad in that mock. But what you do is you write the mock. Typically, half of your day up to 2-3 o'clock, you'd be writing the mock. Then give yourself 30 odd minutes, grab your lunch, get a nap. Then rest of the day you spend on analyzing the mock exams. I always tell this, that the mistakes that you make in your weekly tests and your mocks, that is pure gold for you. It doesn't matter how well you score. What matters is how many questions you got wrong, and then why did you get them wrong, and did you learn something out of them? That's the way you pass these exams. So you spend remaining day in kind of working through your mistakes on mock. Then right after this, you give yourself 5 days, full days, and you do the crash course of FinTree. Do we have updated crash course on the LMS now? Okay. So the updated 2022 crash course is on the FinTree LMS itself. Thank you. It's broken down in smaller pieces now, subject-wise or reading-wise? Reading-wise. So it's available in a reading-wise format. Just give me a minute. Can you hear me? Okay, nice. So it's available in the reading-wise format. So go through the crash course. Then after you've done the crash course, then you write the second mock, and then you'd feel the difference, right, in terms of your learning curve. So I recommend not seeing the crash course directly. You first write one mock, so you get a sense of, I'm weak with economics, or I'm strong with quant, or whatever. And then you do your 5 days of crash course. Then you write the second mock. Then you give yourself a day gap. Why? Because when you write second mock, you'd realize, I'm okay with everything else. Corporate finance kharab hai. My corporate finance is not good. So the day off that you take, you spend that on corporate finance. And how do you spend that on corporate finance? Do you go and watch videos again? No. You read juice notes, and then whatever is the off day you take, you solve 300, 400, 500 questions on corporate finance. From where? From FinTree LMS, from CFA learning ecosystem, wherever you can. Then you write the next mock, and then you realize, now I scored good in corporate finance, but FRA kharab ho gaya. It's going to happen. Then you take the day off, and then you solve 500-600 questions on FRA. And then you write the next one, and then you repeat this drill. And then by the time you finish 7 mocks, you'd feel really, really well prepared and confident. I don't think you'd have any issues after that whatsoever. So if you do this process sincerely, right? If you follow the entire study plan that we built for you right from day one, attend classes, write weekly tests, solve view boxes, solve EOCs, and then the final month, write mock, attend crash course, there is absolutely no chance that you would not pass. The problem is whether you'd follow the system or not. And I know that you truly believe today that I will follow the system. I know your emotions inside you right now. आपको लग रहा है कि हाँ ये तो मैं कर ही लूंगा, राइट? एट द बिगिनिंग ऐसे ही होता है, राइट? फर्स्ट डे ऑफ द जिम, like 6 months. But then we know what happens on the 15, 16 day, right? Especially after a leg day, like leg day, chodo. So, so the trick is, how do you keep yourself motivated, on a day basis, right? As long as you figure that out for yourself, this will do the job. For me, the motivation was, when I was studying it, I think my true honest motivation was I was just enjoying it way too much, right? And that's borderline being nerdy, but I was just having a good time. I was having such a good time that, uh, see, those days it was a usual thing to change your mobile numbers. Abhi nahi karte hum log. But in the early days, people used to change their mobile numbers all the time. So I used to just change my mobile number a few months before the exam, so that none of my friends will be able to reach out to me. And that's a very bad thing to do now in the hindsight. But then I wanted just to do what I'm doing and just have fun with it. And I used to have great time studying corporate finance. And that feeling, right, when there's a difficult concept or a difficult question, and you spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes trying to get it, and you finally get it, and then you get that happiness, right? It's a very underappreciated feeling, but it's an amazing feeling to have. That if there's a difficult concept and you truly get it, you feel so happy, and you want to give yourself that more and more and more. Or you find external motivation, do it for your parents. A lot of students here, your parents are paying your fees, at least for some of you, right? It's not easy money, it's a lot of money. Your parents are working there, working hard to make that money, so you do it for them. If you're married, do it for your spouse, because that's a valuable time that you could have spent otherwise with your partner. You decided to spend here in the CFA class. Do it for your kids, because you're not giving them the time that they deserve. Figure out what. आप इतने emotional क्यों हो गए? Do you want to make a call? No. The moment I said kids, she's like, you're a kid yourself, aren't you? How old are you? 16, 25. Figure out what works for you. Again, everything is trade-off. I told you, right? So what I asked myself is, every time there's some important, decision that needs to be taken, or even a smaller decision, right? So I asked myself, what matters to me more 10 years from now? The party that I'll be going today, or CFA charter, FRM charter, whatever that you want to do. And as long as you figure out maintaining a nice balance, I'm not saying give up on your life. Okay, if you do, that's okay. I mean, that's your choice. I'm not saying have a boring, sad life, but I'm saying figure out a way to have balance, learn to compartmentalize. And best way to do it is start getting up at 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning. It's crazy. It's a stupid idea, but it works like magic. It really. So you can be one of those guys who can somehow manage to do everything in life. You're going out, you're spending some time with your friends, but at the same time, you kind of know your stuff well, finance well. You can be one of those guys. That's the secret. If you can learn to get up at 4 in the morning, and don't tell this to anyone, maybe not your family, just keep it a secret mission. कि छुप के उठो क्या? Yeah, that's the time to get up. So I'll tell you, Arish, see, I've also done it, right? Especially, so what happens with this CA kind of thing is, you write exams, your results come after 2 months. 2 महीने आपको कुछ काम नहीं है, so क्या करना है? So party करो, right? So party कब होता है? 4 बजे. So then how do you make that switch? Because every time we decide कि I will get up early, but रात में नींद नहीं आता है. Does it happen to you? Okay, I will get up early, but रात में नींद. So you go to bed at 10 o'clock. नींद आएगा, then you open your phone, watch YouTube, listen to podcasts, do all that nonsense. What I used to do is, this is a very cruel way of dealing with it. It did work for me. I used to have 24 hours without sleep. So then I figured out that if I try to go to bed early and sleep, नींद नहीं आने वाला है. So okay, so let's go 24 hours without sleep. Next day आपको 9 बजे 10 बजे नींद आएगा ही आएगा. Right? Your body will force you to sleep, and then your cycle gets reset. And then once you do it, and then you stick to that habit, and then just keep on doing it. Give it a try. Just experiment. It will be a crazy experiment. All of us get up at 5 in the morning, except me. I don't need to now. But all of us get up at 5 in the morning and study for those 2 hours. Trust me, it works magic. If your job allows you to do it, if you are in a situation where you can do it, give it a shot. Zombie-like feeling, suffering every day from insomnia from the day I enrolled for CFA. Arish is one of those guys. Do you know he's a test topper? Arish is a test topper with FinTree. A lot of tests, he's in the top 3, top 5. So he's one of those people जो होते हैं ना कि यार क्या पढ़ाई कर रहा है छोड़ना यार. He's eliminating his competition. I am in the night shift. Haha, me too. That time I go to sleep. Reverse करना पड़ेगा night का morning. Okay. Yeah. Anyways. Okay. See, I used to stay in boys' hostel. You meet all sorts of people there, right? It's actually, the thing is, like, at least in that was the thing in my hostel, that you don't want anyone else to know that you're studying, because image kharab ho jayega. That was the thing. Like, if you're staying in a boys' hostel, you don't want to be that nerdy guy, right? So all of us figured out ways where we will study, but no one else will know that. So you keep your image and you still manage to study. Arish is one of those guys. और फिर कोई और पढ़ाई कर रहा है तो उसको करने मत दो. So competition भी है. चतुर. Yeah. In CFA exams, where the questions are asked on glossary. Yeah. ठीक है, याद कर लो मुकेश. No, I mean, the questions are asked on concepts. I mean, if it's part of that list, it's there in your CFA curriculum. So of course there will be questions on it. Okay, let's take a couple of online queries. If anyone would like to ask any questions, raise your hand. Yes. Madhura, if you'd like to speak, unmute yourself. If anyone has any study-related questions, please ask them now. Okay. Mumbai, Bangalore, you guys can just pick up your mic and speak. If there are any questions to be asked. Yes. Okay. I'm guessing no questions, so let's
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi, Utkarsh. My question is, I'm a working professional, and what happens is some part of my syllabus gets kept, and when I think of that, no, I will revise it again, I get confused कि अभी ethics पढ़ूं, कि अभी quant पढ़ूं, कि अभी accounts पढ़ूं. So how should I deal with this?
Yeah, see, that's a good question. And this is going to happen with people who are working. If you have a full-time job, time is a big constraint. Like, how many working people here in Pune? So time is a massive challenge, right? So how do you deal with it? So one of the things I did was a couple of things, in fact. One, first challenge I faced is starting studies, especially after a break. How do you get started? So my solution was 2 दिन के लिए बीमार होना है. Okay, so if I need a 2-day leave, I think the best excuse was bike से गिर गया. Bike से गिर गया. Bike से आ रहा था, गिर गया. So 2 days of छुट्टी. And Then 2 days, lock yourself into a room and no distraction and force yourself to study for the whole 2 days. How do you get started? My way of dealing with it, very stupid, maybe a little girly, but I used to go and buy 10 different highlighters, lal color ka pen, neele color ka pen, hare color ka pen, and then drawing books. And I used to make my notes very colorful, very aesthetically pleasing notes on one page on some one topic. But then that would get me into that groove. And then once I've spent those couple of days studying, after that, then I used to be disciplined as long as I could be. So that's my starting secret, like in terms of how do you get started. In terms of how do you manage with this work, again, the solution is very simple. See, it's a pure P into Q function, price into quantity. Purely, the syllabus size is this much, it's going to need time. There is no magic pill to do it in less number of hours. You have to put in time. It's as simple as that. So if you're feeling behind the syllabus, just simply give yourself a few days off from office. I know that what you do is critical. I know that if you don't go to office, it might be the end of the world. I know that your companies will shut down if you don't show up to office, but do it for yourself, because at the end of the day, all of us are on our own, in the corporate world. I mean, you might think that having good relationship with boss will help your career. I'm sorry, right? Because boss is trying to figure out his own career or her own career. So just having good relationship with someone isn't going to cut it. You are on your own and you have to give yourself that time. So unfortunately in India, our work cultures are very bad. Had you been in Europe, had you been in US, you put in your 8-9 hours, most of the profiles, right? You get your Saturday, Sundays off, you get that time. That's not the case in India. We have a lot of chalta hai culture where expectations are different. Simple thing is to take a day off. Just don't go to office. Doesn't matter. It's not going to be the end of the world. Worst thing that will happen is you would get a bad rating this year. Okay, CFA pass hone ke job change. Right? I mean, you can always get a new job. So take a few days off and then try to catch up with the syllabus. But I would try to keep myself at par with the class schedule, not leave any topics whatsoever. Okay. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, that's true. See, so question she asked is, when I try to study, office ka kuch na kuch dimag mein chalta hai. Right? So how do I kind of compartmentalize? So see, I think even when I was writing my CFA level 1, right, it was my first few days of articleship. And I had a crazy boss. So this guy had worked in the US for some time and he'd come back to India. So he used to use US slangs. So one of the things he said to me in my very early days of office is he's like, stop pinching my balls. Stop pinching my balls. So मेरे को समझा ही नहीं वो क्या बोल रहा है. मैंने I did, sir. I did. So, and then he used to say crazy stuff like throw papers on your face. That all that dramatics. That was the kind of culture we had in the office. Very reputed Big Four firm, but this guy was ill reputed. Like the whole city knew he as a boss types. So obviously, when you have something like this happening to you in the office and you come back home and you try to study, you can't get your mind out of it, right? Because even when you're studying, you're thinking about it. So solution for me that worked is the same morning, 4 o'clock. Okay, so when you rest a little bit, you sleep, you get up in the morning, and then you try to study. I think at that time of the day, you're generally distraction free. And anyways, being able to compartmentalize is very important, because I learned this from one of my colleagues when I was a professor. She once told me that there are certain aspects of your life, right? Your professional aspect, then your personal health, then your relationship. It's like you're one of those jugglers who's trying to, have these 3-4 balls in your life, and at any point of time, koi ek cheez kharab hone wala hai. Either you would have money problems or professional problems or something. At any point of time, all of us will have wrong. So we'll have to learn to compartmentalize ourselves. That when I'm doing this, I'm only doing this and I'm not doing anything else. And I think if we learn to do it, we can deal with things better. So see if that works for you. Get up at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning and see if you can put in the time. Generally, after a couple of days, it should work out. Okay, enough. Time value of money.
Hello.
Mohit, I'm sorry, I'm not taking any questions now. So it's already 11:20.
Okay.
Okay. This would be example 5. Ready for a tough one? Okay. Example 5 will introduce a concept. 6th one would be the challenging one. So the concept is annuity and annuity due. Annuity and annuity due. What do you mean by simple annuity? Annuity means constant payment and constant interval. Constant interval. So on a timeline, it looks a little bit like this. Time 0, time 1, time 2, time 3. Let's say you're putting in 100, 100, 100. So if you're going to invest 100, 100, 100 over a period of 3 years. So observe, we have a constant payment here, right? 100 everywhere. It's not an uneven payment like last question. If it's an uneven payment, we have to use which function? Cash flow function. But if it's a constant payment, we can use the TVM row. Also notice that these are on a timeline. This year 1 is the end of year 1, right? Because beginning of year 1 is 0. So the first payment is coming at the end. So this is called as an end annuity or simply an annuity. A beginning annuity simply means like this: 0, 1, 2, 3. The first payment will come at the beginning of year 1. So here we will have 0, 100, 100, and 100. And this is referred to as the beginning annuity. So end annuity means first payment came at the end of year 1. Beginning annuity means first payment came at the beginning of year 1. In both of these cases, the button that you want to use in your calculator is called the PMD button, the payment button. All right, it's on your TVM row. So let's say we want to take a present value of these numbers. Present value of these cash flows at the rate of 10%. How to do it? So do this with me. I'll show you this one. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 100 is your payment. Press 100, press the PMT button. Press 100, press the PMT button. Press 3, press N. 3 is N. Why 3? Because there are 3 payments, 3 cash flows, 3N, not 3 years. 3 payments, 1, 2, 3, 3 payments. In this case, it's same as 3 years. Okay. So 3 is N. 10 is IY. 10 is IY, compute present value. So what your calculator will do is it will individually take present value of each of these payments and it will add them up. Okay, generally done with the formula. But tell me, how much is this? 3, 248, 68. Okay, 248.68. Now, how do you solve for a beginning annuity structure? नहीं, present value निकालना है, future value नहीं, compute present value. How do you solve this? There are 2-3 ways of doing it. Okay, one, we will change the setting of the calculator. So by default, your calculator always assumes which annuity? End annuity. But we can change it to beginning annuity. How do we do it? Do this with me. Press second beginning, second set, second quit. You would find second beginning button somewhere on PMT button. So second beginning, second set, second quit. Second beginning, second set. Set is the enter button?
Yes.
Yes. So second beginning, second set, second quit. Have you been able to do it? Okay. Now, do you see a small BGN on the top of your screen? Yes. That's a dangerous sign to have on the calculator, because that means your calculator is now switched to beginning mode. One of the risks is that on the exam, if you're doing something, you might forget to put it back to the end mode. And for the rest of your paper, you keep on assuming beginning mode and solving your paper, and you would get wrong answers. So the muscle memory that I built is that when you switch to beginning mode, वो कुछ at least in my mind when I use calculator, ऐसे कुछ दिमाग में रह जाता है ना कि कोई चीज चालू किया है, बंद करना है, जैसे गैस चालू कर दिया है तो आपको बंद करना है. So when I switch it to beginning mode, in my mind, I'm always a little uncomfortable till the time I don't switch it back to the end mode, right? And I've seen in the past, in my early days, some candidates making that mistake. After the exam, when they came back, they realized, oh, my calculator is on the beginning mode. जो morning में किसी question में change किया था, and that's why maybe my answers were not matching. So you want to be very, very careful with this. Okay. So now we remain on beginning mode. Then you say second clear TVM. I'm solving the second question. 100 is payment. But now, when is your last payment coming? In second year, right? So therefore, your N is going to be, last payment is coming in the second year. So your N is going to be 3. Are you sure? Yes. So that N is not a function of when the last payment is coming. N is a function of how many payments. 1, 2, 3. 3 payments, right? 1, 2, 3. So 3 is your N. 10 is your IY. Compute present value. 273.55. All right. I hope everyone is okay. Now, are you feeling a little uncomfortable right now? Are you? No? Is everything comfortable? Are you at ease, relaxed? Is everyone comfortable here right now? You should not be. Gas chalu hai. Switch it back to the end mode, please. Second beginning, second set, second quit. Second beginning, second set, second quit. You want to be really careful with this. Okay, and across all the 3 levels. If you ever decide to go to beginning mode, make sure you switch it back to the end mode. That BGN should disappear from your calculator. Has it gone? Okay. Now let me show you something cool. See, we have these 3 payments. We have present value here. Then we have these 3 payments. If you want to think about it conceptually, what's happening? In the beginning annuity, I'm receiving one payment 1 year in advance. Every payment is coming to me 1 year in advance. So obviously, if I'm receiving money in advance, do you think I should receive more? I mean, it should be worth more today. Because paisa pehle aa raha hai na, you're receiving money in advance. So one simple trick is you can take end annuity and multiply this with 1.1. Where did I get 1.1 from? 1 plus 10%. So multiply with 1.1 and see what you get. Give it a try. 248.68 into 1.1. 273.55. I just made adjustment for 1 period. Correct. So these type of tricks will come in handy on the exam. Let me show you another trick. Second clear TVM, remain on the end annuity. Second clear TVM, remain on the end annuity. Forget that this payment exists. Which payment? Look at my screen. Forget that we have a payment at time 0. Okay, let's assume it doesn't exist. Now you're on the end mode. Does it look like an end annuity now if I ignore the first 100 of how many payments? Two payments, right? So let's do this. Second clear TVM. 100 is the payment, 2 is the N, 10 is the IY, 2 is the N, not 3. 2 is the N, 10 is the IY, compute present value. Whatever number you have on your screen, make it positive. It's a negative number right now. Use the sign switch and make it positive. So if I just take present value of these 200, it will give me 173.55. But is there one more 100? When? Today. What is the present value of 100 today? 100. So add kar do. So add 100 to it. What do you have? 273.55. There are 10 different ways in which you can solve this. किसी भी तरीके से. And that's the level you want to reach with time value of money. Okay. Are you all comfortable with this? Are you ready for the challenge question? How difficult do you want it to be? Like impossible to solve? Moderate. Okay, all right. Let's do a moderate one then. All right. Let's say this is time 0. Today you want to invest 100 into some account. Then for next 5 years, you'll not be able to invest anything. But starting from 6th year up to 20th year, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, up to 20th year, every year you'll be able to invest 20. Okay, so how many payments will these be? These will be 14 payments, 15 payments. So these will be 15 payments. 15 payments of 20 each. Okay. Then again, 20th onwards, you'll not be able to invest anything. On year 27, you will like to withdraw. You like to withdraw 100 for some activity. You like to withdraw 100 for some activity. You're not making any investment. What is the amount of money you would be left with at the end of year 30? What is the amount of money you're left with at the end of year 30? If your investments are growing at the rate of 12% per annum, compounded quarterly. This is the moderate one. So I'm going to repeat this one more time. See, today you have 100 to invest at time 0. Then from year 6 up to year 20, every year you'll be investing 20 because maybe you'll start working there. So you'll do some sort of a annual investment. So you keep on investing 20 every year. Then 20 to 27, you're not making any new investment. At 27, you're going to withdraw 100. How much money you would be left with at year 30, assuming investments every year are compounding at 12% per annum, compounded quarterly. Charter holder level, bouncer, vacation trip question, वो आ रहा है. Vacation वाला question आ रहा है. CFA difficult. Lag in between sometimes. Tejas, I hope it's your internet because everyone else seems to be all right. Is it okay if you don't even learn beginning? No, Shriram. You need to learn beginning for certain variety of questions. Do whatever you want. Use cash flow, use TVM row, do whatever you want. I don't care. So that was cash flow. Cash flow. EY. Five. Okay. How much? 945369. 94,000. 900,000. 954,000. Okay. What is your answer? 172,000. 172. That's it. So in one case we have 900,000. In one case we have 172 rupees. Answer. How much? How much? गलत हो गया. Sorry, just 20. Just 20. 100 and just 20. 178. So you're getting 17,810. Okay, 17,000. How much is yours? I'm getting a lot of 5870 on the chat box. 4,640. How about you, sir? इधर बैठो ना इसके बाजू में. कितना है आपका? 4898. How much? You save those $1,000. This is the. That's okay. It works. ये वाला calculator लेके आ गए हो. Brought up all the bad memories of my life. दिखता सेम है, काम अलग करता है. Yeah, you'll have to buy one. And it's expensive. It's about 5,000. 4,500? कितने का था? 4, so 5,000 almost. क्या है? Where's your calculator? Calculator कहाँ पे? अच्छा. 4,900. 4,300. 148. $3,803. Look at the wide variety of questions we're getting on the box. Vanshik from Mumbai, can you pass on the mic to some of these people here?
Yes.
Yeah, can you please pass on the mic to the gentleman right at the front, जो चेयर पे झूले जैसे बैठा है. हाँ, understood. Yes, sir. What's your answer?
I got 172.
Sorry, how much?
172.
572. 172.
Yes, yes.
10. Bangalore, can we pass on the mic to someone? Yeah, anyone in the front row? Does anyone have answer in Bangalore classroom? Okay, all right. I'm going to solve this now. 5, 6 different ways in which this could be solved. Let's solve it in the fastest possible way. Step number 1, your cash flows are coming to you once a year, but the compounding frequency of the rate given to you is quarterly. Not matching. Cash flows are coming annually, compounding frequency is quarterly, not going to work. So what do? Change the compounding frequency, convert quarterly rate to annual rate, right? So we can do it with formulas, we can do it with I conversion function. Let's do the I conversion. Press second and 2. Second to second clear work. Now that given rate of 12, is it a nominal rate or nominal rate? Nominal rate. Okay, so make 12 enter in nominal. 12 enter. Any rate which is not compounded annually, compounded quarterly, compounded semi-annually, कोई भी जो annual नहीं है वो nominal हो गया. Anything that's compounded annually becomes effective. Effective means compounded annually. That's it. So 12 becomes nominal rate. Then press C by Y. Now what is the compounding frequency of this nominal rate? Quarterly. So make it 4. Then go to effective, press compute. Effective, press compute. Tell me how much. 12.55. So that's the rate we're going to use. Now, those of you who got this right, give me a hand raise here in the classroom and I pass on the box. Okay. ये आपका नहीं आया? Okay. All right. Now, how to do it in the fastest possible way? First, I'm going to take present value of this 15 payments of 20 each at year 5, treating them as an end annuity. Okay, so that I don't have to deal with this 15 separate payments. I can just do it in one go. So how would I do it? Second clear TVM, make sure your calculator is on the end mode. Is your calculator on the end mode? Okay, now keep 20 as payment. Okay, 20 as payment. How many such payments? 15. So 15 is N. What do you think the rate should be? 12 or 12.55? 12.55. So 12.55 is the IY. Compute present value. How much? 132.3. So see, instead of using this 20 clutter, now I can substitute these 15 payments with one single number, but one single number on year 5. Why on year 5? Because I assumed end annuity. I assumed first payment will come next year. So the present value today. So if the first payment is coming to me in year 6, present value comes in year 5. So if you think about it, it's such an easy question now. What we have is we have 100, 132 and negative 100. And all that we need to do is take future value of them. I can do it in the cash flow function, or I can do it simply on TVM row. I'm going to do it on TVM row. Look at how I'm going to do this. I'm going to take future value of each of those payments. So this 100 negative, I'm going to take future value for 3 years. This 132 positive, because it's an investment, I'm going to take future value for 25 years. 25 years. And this 100, I'm going to take future value for 30 years. So one of them will be a negative number, other numbers will be positive. So if this is A, this is B, and this is C, my final answer will be A plus B minus C, because C was a negative item. So individually take future value of them, add them up, you're done. All right, let's see if you can do this. Do this with me. Second clear TVM. 100 is your present value. 100 is your present value. 12.55 is your IY. 12.55 is the IY. 30 is N. Remember, we're taking it forward for 30 years. So 30 is N. Compute future value. सबको future में लेके जाना है. So compute future value. How much? 347 something. Now use the sign switcher, make that number positive. So you want that number to be positive 347. Store it in the first memory slot. That's your A. That's the future value. That's your A here, 347 or something. Let's do the second one. Second clear TVM. 132.30 is the present value. Where did I get 132 from? This number. 132.30 is the present value. What should be N? 25, because this amount is in 5 years, right? So 25 is the N. 25 is the N. 12.55 is your IY. 12.55 is your IY. Compute future value. How much? 2000? 2542. What was the first value? 3471. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, so second number, make it positive, store it in the second memory slot. So this number was 3471 and second number kya aaya tha hamara? 2542. Okay, so keep this number positive, store it in the second memory slot, STO2. Let's do the last one now. Second clear TVM. 100 is the present value. 100 is the present value. 3 is N. 3 is N. 12.55 IY. Compute future value. 140. 57. Now let this number remain negative. Anyways, minus hi karna hai. So let it remain negative. Store it in the third memory slot, STO3. And now just add up the 3. RCL1 plus RCL2 plus RCL3. We've stored it as negative, so we can just add it up. 7, 0. Is that correct? 5870? 5871. If you stored the numbers, you should get precise answer. 5871. I think it's got to do with something with these decimals. It's okay. Close to 5870 is your answer. Happy? Easy? Ruk jao. Abhi mat bolo kuch. Now, we can do it in, as I told you, variety of different ways. You could have also done this on your cash flow function. Want to do it on cash flow? Let's do it. Press the cash flow button. Press the cash flow button, then say second clear work. First thing that we always do with cash flows is we delete if there's anything saved. So second clear work. Now you have cash flow 0 on your screen. Make it 100 positive, enter. Cash flow 0, 100, enter. Okay. So I'm going to write it somewhere here. Cash flow 0, 100, enter. Then go to cash flow 1 and make it 0, enter. Cash flow 1, 0, enter. For how many years? No, year 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. See, remember 5 is also 0. 5 में थोड़ी ना पैसे आ रहा है कुछ. 5 is also 0. So frequency 1 will be 5, enter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not 4, because there's no cash flow coming to you in year 5. Cash flow is coming in year 6. Following this? So frequency 1, 5. So we're telling our calculator 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 5 बार repeat होगा. Then go to cash flow 2. Then go to cash flow 2. Then enter 20. 20, enter. Then what should be the frequency of cash flow 2? 15. So 15, enter. 15, enter. So up to these 15 payments have been captured here. So now this last 15, this last 20 has been captured. So now go to cash flow 3. Make cash flow 3 as 0. Okay, how many zeros? 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 6 zeros. So make frequency 3 as 6. Frequency 3 as 6. All right. Then go to cash flow 4. Cash flow 4 is your 27th year cash flow. What should be the number? Negative 100, enter. Negative 100, enter. Okay. Then go to cash flow 5. Now, technically, इसके बाद कोई cash flows है क्या? नहीं है, तो डालने की जरूरत है? There are no cash flows after this, right? But कुछ cash flows ही नहीं है, तो क्या डालना है? We have to enter, because how will the calculator know कि आपको future value किस साल का चाहिए? How will the calculator know you need future value in which year, right? So therefore, we have to take it up to 30. So make cash flow 5 is 0. Cash flow 5 becomes 0. And then frequency of 5 should be 28, 29, 30. So frequency should be 3 years. So 0, 0, 0 for next 3 years. So now your calculator knows that the last year is the 30th year. Now press the NPV button. कैश फ्लो 0 का फ्रीक्वेंसी क्या हुआ? 2, नहीं 3, क्योंकि ईयर 30th में भी कोई कैश फ्लो नहीं है. So we want the answer at the end of 30th, not 29th. So frequency will be 3. Okay, people are asking why not 2 same. See, there is no cash flow coming to you on 27th, no cash flow coming to you on 28th, no cash flow coming to you 28, 29 and 30th. We want answer at the end of 30th. Therefore, it needs to be 3. If you keep this 0 as 2, it will give you future value of 29th year, not 30th year. Okay. So keep it as 3, press the NPV button. Now, this will work only with professional calculators. However, if you have a student calculator, I'll show you a jugaad. It can be done. Okay, but let's do it with professional calculators first. So press the NPV button, enter your rate as 12.55. Enter your rate as 12.55, and then go to NFP, press compute. You would get the same 5870. What do you get it? 5870. So that's how you do it on the professional calculators. Is everyone okay with this? Now let's say you don't have professional calculator. So how do you do it? We can still do it. So press the NPV button. Press the NPV button. Press I as 12.55. I is 12.55. Then go to NPV, press compute. NPV means present value at time 0. Okay, so everyone do this. 169. Is that a negative number, positive number? Positive number. Store that in first memory slot. Okay, so that's the value that you have at time 0, 169. Everyone with me? NPV is 169. We've stored it in first memory slot. Press the NPV button. Keep your I as 12.55. Then press downward arrow. You see NPV on the screen. Press compute. What do you have now? 169. STO1. Store that in the first memory slot. That's the present value at time 0. Now, second quit, exit the cash flow function. Second quit, come out of the cash flow function. Second, clear TVM, delete TVM memory row, TVM memory data. Then RCL1, that net present value becomes your present value. So RCL1, present value button. RCL1 is your present value. 30 is your N. 30 is your N. 12.55 is your IY. Compute future value. 5870. इसको बहुत तरीके से solve कर सकते हैं. You can solve it in variety of different ways. And the trick is not to learn how to solve question. The trick is to learn how to think about it. At the end of the day, you have some money coming in. You can manipulate the way you like. Are you? N was 30. Sheena. Okay. Is everyone comfortable with this? Yeah.
This cash flow would have been done on the beginning. Then too it was.
No. If you had switched this to the beginning mode for this step, see, beginning mode, end mode matters to the TVM row, not to the cash flow function. Cash flow function has nothing to do with beginning mode. It's only the TVM row, correct? So if you had solved this present value using the beginning mode, the present value would have come to you at year 6. Because year 6 is when you receive the first payment. So at the beginning of the year, you have pehla payment there. So then instead of taking that value at year 5, you take that value at year 6, you still get the same answer. Got it?
Yeah, I have one small query. So I got my NFE, I got the NPV right as 169, but net future value I'm getting as 4117. I'm using a app on the phone because my calculator is not working. So is it my calculator which is saying wrong, or am I interpreting NFE wrong incorrectly?
What was your NPV value?
My NPV value was 169.14.
Is that correct? NPV is correct. Okay. And what is your NFV value?
4117.96.
ये गलत है ना? हाँ, so आपके calculator का दिक्कत है.
Okay.
Oh, Jigar Singh, he didn't enter the last 3 years. Okay. Whoever was that, did you enter the frequency of 3 in the last leg of your cash flow function? Whoever spoke to me earlier, who was that? Shriram.
Yeah,
Shriram, did you enter the frequency of 3 in the last 3 years?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, then it's your calculator. I think it's the app which has the issue.
Yes.
See, so app has a lot of issues, by the way. The one on Android, वो superficial काम करता है, but when you start doing technical calculation, you free में आ रहा है. So that's the truth. If you have an iPhone, you can buy the original app. $15-20 का आता है. It's a good investment. I'll recommend you to buy it. I bought one like 7-8 years ago. I've been using it since then, and it's a weapon in your pocket. Okay, because every now and then, you going out somewhere, you randomly meet someone, you want to do some numbers. और वो हमारे life में होता ही है, right? Because you're in this industry, you're doing numbers all the time. You can take out your calculator, you can use that app. But unfortunately, to my knowledge, the original app was only available on the iOS. I don't know if they have an original app on Android. If it is, then buy it. If it is not, the calculator जेब में लेके घूमना शुरू करो.
They asked me to buy it from.
But is it an original by Texas Instrument or?
That is the VA.
Okay.
It's available for $200.
So
ideally, if the calculator was right, I would have got 5870 NFE.
Yes. All right. Are you up for the challenging question? How challenging do you want it to be? Very moderate. Moderate to high. Moderate means 40. All right, let's do this. This is actually, honestly, this is a very tough question for you guys, but let's see if you can do this. Let us say that you need to pay an annual expense, towards the healthcare for your family of 100 per annum growing at the rate of 7% per annum for 15 years. You need to pay an annual expense of 100 per annum, growing at the rate of 7% per annum for 15 years. So just for example, first year payment is going to be 107, not 100. So you're technically not paying 100 any year. First year payment is going to be 107 because it's growing at the rate of 7%. And then the money will keep on growing at 7% every year for 15 years. You also need to pay 200 per annum constant for 10 years towards education. You also need to pay 10,000 in year 20 towards let's say marriage, maybe, okay, or a vacation, whatever that might be. So you need to pay 10,000 in year 20 towards marriage. You're going to work for 25 years. You're going to work for 25 years. Your investment is going to earn 15% per annum. Your investment is going to earn 15% per annum. How much should you invest every year? How much should you invest every year? I bet even level 3 people will struggle with this. How much should you invest every year to save enough, to have enough to fund all the expenses, to be able to fund all the expenses, to be able to fund all expenses? This requires a little bit of improvisation. I mean, you do need some level of mathematical thinking to be able to solve this. I'm going to repeat everything. Mallar, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make you popular. Here's the comment of Mallar on the chat box. And by the way, whoever is going to do YouTube thumbnail, please put this as the thumbnail. All right. Yeah. Here we go. We have all the data here. I'm going to repeat this one more time. So you need to pay annual expense of 100 per annum, growing at the rate of 7% for 15 years. Okay. So the first year payment there is nothing to be paid on time 0. So let me also specify that 15 payments. This is, by the way, referred to as a growing annuity, but it's not a growing perpetuity. It's a growing annuity. Sounds fancy, but what does it mean? First year, 107. Next year, 107 into 1.07. So about 114 or 5. Then next year, 115 into 1.07. So one way to do it is to do it manually, or think in the context of how would you write a mathematical formula and how can you simplify it. So that's why I told you it requires a little bit of mathematical thinking. Okay, so that's your step number 1. Second, pay 200 per annum constant for 10 years. This is easy, right? This is easy. You just need to pay 200 per annum. So you keep 200 as payment. This is also an end annuity. And you have the discount rate with you 15%. Just discount it backwards. Take present value. So you need to figure out how to take present value of this item. Okay, you need to figure out how to take present value of this item. This is very simple. This is a simple future value. You need to take present value. You need to take present value of this item. Add up the 3 numbers. That's the total amount you need today. Right? That's the total amount you need today. Now keep that as a present value and then figure out what is the equivalent payment for 25 years. So calculate PMT for 25 years at the rate of 15%. So otherwise, this question is easy if you can figure out the step number 1, how to take present value. And this is where I'll ask you to think in the context of formulas, equation. Honestly, I don't expect you to know this because I recently gave a similar question in my 11th class. They couldn't do it. So I don't expect you to know this, but yes. But once I show you, then you'll be able to do it forever. Once I show you how to think about it, then it becomes very simple. No, you don't have to use factorial. In equity, the formula that we use, that's a growing perpetuity. That's a Gordon growth model. Perpetuity means forever. This is a growing annuity. There are only 15 payments. That's the difference. Step number 1 answer is? Okay. I'll tell you the step number answer. Maybe you can reverse figure out how I calculated it. Okay, just give me a minute. Let me figure out. Minus 100 STO 1 second TVM payment 15 and cancel 1 IY compute present value 883 883 के आसपास present value आ रहा है. At least you do the remaining steps. If you're not able to do the first one, that's fine. For second steps, how do you calculate present value for 200? It's an annuity, right? 200 you have to pay every year for 10 years. So if you have to pay every year, what button do you use on the calculator? The PMT button. 15%. That's what you're going to earn on your investment. So 15% is your discount rate. Discount it backwards. Simple. चलो फुर्ती दिखाओ थोड़ा. Last 30 minutes of the class. Let's make the most of the time we have. नहीं, this is good enough. मैं ऐसे joke में बोला ना. I passed my exams with the same calculator. If you have it, it's okay. If you haven't bought it, then you buy the expensive one. This will work. थोड़ा जुगाड़ करना पड़ेगा. 883 883 के आसपास कुछ था. आ रहा है आपका? Do you know the formula for annuity? CMA पढ़ा होगा. Total? हाँ. पहले आपको 3 PV सॉल्व करना पड़ेगा. फिर 3 PV का टोटल लेके then you'll have to reverse calculate the payment for 25 years. Future value या present value? 5 साल नहीं, 10 साल करो फिर. 25 है ना, हमको वो 25 साल काम करेगा ना बंदा, तो इधर आप सब पेमेंट को 25 साल तक लेके जाओ या फिर सबके सबको 0 पे लेके आओ. बट वो काम, बट वो इन्वेस्टमेंट तो 25 साल करेगा ना. It doesn't work that way. समझ गया मैं. Last expense is on 20th year, but he's going to save for 25th. So the thing with annuities is you either work with PV or FV. So either आप time 0 करो या time 25 करो. Yeah, it is a sum of GP. So it is a sum of GP. Okay. Let's check what answers we have. You know what? I'll be very happy if any one of you gets this right. I'm not expecting, honestly, but if you do, that will be amazing. We have a Shashwat with 1696. We have Amitosh with 300, Karna with 390. Sriram 348, 378. Sriram is hedging his bets. Arish 386, 386, 390, 303, 386. 386. How much? Anyone else in the class who wants to give their answer before I show it? हाँ? 300-400 के बीच में है. गलत है मेरा. Okay, all right, let's do this. Okay, here we go. See, how does the formula look like? We want to take present value of these payments. Okay, so on a timeline, this is year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. How many such payments we have? The last payment is coming in 15th year. Now, what would be your first payment? Your first payment will be 100 into 1 plus 7%, correct? Raised to 1. But you need to discount this backwards for 1 year to take present value. हर एक payment का present value लेना ना, so you need to discount it backwards. At what rate are you going to discount your cash flow? At investment return rate, correct? How much is that? 15%. So divided by 1 plus 15% raised to 2. Sorry, my mistake. Raised to 1. Up to this is okay. Let's see what happens in the second year. Second year, 100 into 1 plus 7% raised to 2. That's my cash flow. Second year, because 100 will become 107. Then 107 plus 7%. So 114 या 15 कुछ होगा, है ना? And I need to discount this backwards for 2 years. So it becomes 1 plus 15% raised to 2. Getting it? And you can imagine it will be raised to 3. Numerator may raised to 3, denominator raised to 3, raised to 4, raised to 5. So I can simplify this expression. How can I simplify this? I can solve for this term. So 1.07 divided by 1 plus 15% raised to 1. I'll show you how. Do this with me. 100 divided by, do this, 1.07, just this term, multiply 1.07 divided by 1.15. 1.07 divided by 1.15. Kya raha? 0.81, but we want it in the denominator, so inverse. So press 1 by x button. 1.07 divided by 1.15, done. Equal to karke inverse dabao, because you don't want it as a multiplier, you want it as a denominator. So it will be 1.07. What is it? 1.07. मेरे साथ में करो वापस. Let me show you what I'm doing. Everyone be with me on this. See, what I'm trying to do is, I'm trying to do 100 multiplied with 1.07 divided by 1.15. Okay, I'm just trying to solve this term separately. So that will be 100 multiplied with 1.07 divided by 1.15. So that will be 0.93 something. Let it remain on your calculator. 0.93. Can I write it as 100 into 100 into 1 divided by? Can I write it as 100 into 1 divided by? Can I take an inverse of 0.93 to put this in denominator? Chalega वैसे? So let's press 1 by x button. So it will be 1.0747. Correct? So which means I can write it as 100 divided by 1 plus 7.47% raised to 1. Is that okay? Now, when you do it in practice, you उसको ऐसे orally कर सकते हैं, right? Or we don't have to do so many steps. Discounting at 15%, compounding at 7%. So even without using mathematics, मतलब net discounting 8 तक कैसे करना है? 15% you're compounding, 7% you're compounding, 15% you're discounting. So net discounting should happen at about 8%. 15 minus 7. So this is a mathematical version of 15 minus 7. This is a geometric version of 15 minus 7. If you want to do it directly, you could do it this way. Do this. 1.15 divided by 1.07. 1.15 divided by 1.07. It will directly give you 1.0747. That's your 7.47%. Is that making sense? Second year also same thing happens. Okay, so what happens now? Look at this. 100 into 1.07 divided by 1.15 square, right? So let's see. 100 into, let's solve for numerator. Do this. 1.07 x square. 1.07 x square above. 1.1449. Okay, I'm storing this in one memory slot. Divided by 1.1449. Then 1.15 x square. I'm storing it in second memory slot. 1.3225. Is it okay? Which is equal to 100 into RCL1 divided by RCL2. 0.86570. Store this in some memory slot. We'll do it with precision. Sahi hai ye?
Yes.
100 into 0.86570. Now I want to write it in inverse way. So 100 into 1 divided by. Take an inverse of this number. 1.1551 something. इनवर्स ले लिया उसका, उसको डिनोमिनेटर में डालना है. Instead of saying multiplied with number, I want to say multiplied with inverse of that number. चलेगा ना? ऐसे चलता है क्या? Okay. Now, I want this number to be a square. Okay, so I'm going to take an under root of this number. So whatever 1.51 you have on the screen, take an under root of that. 0747 square. So can I write this as 100 divided by 1 plus 7.47 7.47 percentage square? वही हो गया ना? So if you're not understanding the maths, it's okay. I mean, if you're following what I'm trying to do here, that's great. But if you're not understanding, it's okay. Here's what you need to understand. 7% we're going forward. 15% we need to come backwards. So we need to come backwards at the net amount, which is 15 minus 7, about 8 approximately. And precise calculation is 1.15 divided by 1.07 minus 1. So that's 7.47 percentage. That's it. So all that I need to do is I need to treat this like any other annuity. Now I don't need to treat this as a growing annuity. I can treat this as a constant 100. Constant 100, how many payments? 15 payments. But now I will not discount them at 15 percentage. I will discount them backwards at 7.47 percentage. That's my shortcut. That was the only additional step you needed. Okay, so do this with me. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 100 is you should be on the end mode because first payment is at the end of the year. So 100 is your payment. 100 is your payment. 7.47 IY. Did you get where we got that 7.47? So 7.47 is your IY. How many payments? 15. 15 is your N. 15 is your N. Compute present value. 884 point something. Make this number positive and store this in the first memory slot. 884.3. Okay. So store this in your first memory slot. So first part is done. Easy. Second, 200 per annum constant for 10 years. Can we do this easily on TVM row? Yes. Is this a growing annuity or constant annuity? Constant. इसमें तो payment button आराम से use हो जाएगा. Second clear TVM, 200 is your payment. 200 is your payment. 10 is your N. 15 is your IY. इस बार वो adjusted करने का जरूरत नहीं है. We don't have to use 7.47 anymore. We used it in the last case because the cash flow was growing at 7. Here it's a constant cash flow. So 15 is your IY, compute present value. How much? 1,000? 1,003.75. Now keep this number positive, put this in the second memory slot. Is it done? Okay. Now third one. This is easiest, right? Pay 10,000 in year 20. So second clear TVM, 10,000 is your future value. 10,000 is your future value. 20 is your N. 20 is your N. 15 is the IY. Ye payment nahi hai. It's just one payment. So it's a future value. So 10,000 future value. 20 is N. 15 is IY. Compute present value. How much? 611. Make this number positive. Put this in the third memory slot. Done. This is the amount we need. Total of these three payments is the amount today. Itne paise ki aaj zarurat hai, right? So let's figure out how much. RCL1 plus RCL2 plus RCL3. RCL1 plus 2 plus 3. RCL1 plus RCL2 plus RCL3. 2499. Put this in RCL. Put this in STO4. 2499.11. Put this in STO4. Have you done this? Okay. Now, we need to ask ourselves, how much should I invest every year for 25 years? so that the present value is equal to 2499. Easy. Second clear TVM. RCL4 is your present value. 2499 is your present value. 15 is your IY. 25 is your N. Compute payment. Some people did get this right. 386.59. आपका भी सही आएगा? That's impressive. Good job. Okay, 386 point something. That's okay. मजा आया? नहीं. This will not be tested, by the way, on level 1. But there's no chance something like this will come. But the thing is, I just think if you prepare at PhD level, you can always pass graduate exams, right? So we're preparing at a level, and especially with time value of money. I think it's so important that you be a champion at time value of money, because everything in finance is TVM. Okay, you want to learn, I'll give you a few examples. In CFA level 2, in alternative investment, you learn something called as a venture capital method of valuation, time value of money. You would learn something called as swaps, swap valuations in level 2, time value of money. In level 3, you would have really fancy fixed income calculations. बहुत ही डरावने लगेंगे. I'll be doing them on Excel file. But again, time value of money. So if you are really good at TVM, everything else in finance becomes very, very easy. And therefore, we're spending time. And again, the idea is, even this question I can solve in 3-4 different ways. Even this question could be solved in 3-4 different ways. That's the level we want to reach. Where when you see numbers, you should be able to approach them in whatever ways you want. Once you reach there, anyways, आप CFA का अपने रास्ता बना लिया है आपके लिए. Okay, so I hope you've enjoyed the question. Let's do a few queries on this. Yes, ma'am. I said marriage is future value, and what?
And not payment. We cannot use the
Oh yeah, okay, we cannot use the word. Okay, see, payment doesn't mean pay. Okay, you took it literally. That's nice, good. मैंने कभी ऐसे सोचा ही नहीं था कि ऐसे भी सोच सकते हैं. Oh, that's good. See, that's why every day you learn something new, right? Payment doesn't mean that every time you pay, it becomes a payment. I mean, yes, in English, yes. In finance, no. In finance, when we see the PMT button, it means a constant payment at constant interval. So PMT button is used in your TVM row to show annuity payments. Annuity मतलब हर साल आएगा और एक गैप के बाद ही आएगा, मतलब same amount, same gap. If the amount is coming to you only once in a while, जैसे ये pay 10,000 in year 20, एक ही payment है ना, हर साल तो नहीं है, it's just one payment, so it became future value. That's the logic here. So it has got nothing to do with pay or receive. Pay or receive gets captured with your sign. कि plus sign दे रहे या minus sign दे रहे. So in this case, all of them were pay. So we kept them same sign. If 2 of them would have been pay and 1 of them would have been receive, then we would have given them opposite signs.
For the step 1 that you said, 3% discount the payment back. 3% they are going to discount all the payments backwards.
Yes.
So this is the formula of the future or somewhat.
Yeah, to some extent, yeah.
The payments for 7%.
Yeah, we calculated the real rate, you're right. Yes.
So you took the present value and directly computed it. So what I did was I calculated the present value.
Then you took future value. Same. Gives you the same answer. So some people took future value at the end of 25th year and calculated payment. It gives you the same answer. कैसे भी कर लो. You can do it. Yes. Hmm. No. See, in year 20, you have your, that's a good question, by the way. Year 20, you have your last payment of 10,000. So he's saying कि 20 साल ही save करो, बाद में क्यों save करते हो? But the thing is that this guy is going to work for 25 years, right? But he needs to spend all that money in 20th year. So what happens when you spend more money than what happens when you spend money that you're going to earn in the future? How do you do it? You take a loan. So at the end of 20th year, there will be a shortfall of payment because he's been saving less because he's been saving for 25 saal. So at the end of 20th year, there will be a shortfall of payment. So he will have to take some differential amount as loan. And that loan will be repaid with the installments that he saves from year 20 to year 25. So the way we've structured this is, yeah, and that's financial engineering in a way. You go to client, if client says, these are my requirements, we tell them, you just save this much amount and give it to us. We will make sure all your expenses are taken care of. But obviously, he's spending a big amount in year 20, whereas he's going to save over the period of 25 years. So that's nothing but a loan. That's it. Okay. Anyone else would like to ask questions online? You can raise your hands now. Mumbai, Bangalore, you can just turn on the mic and speak. Yes, Abhinav.
Sir, can you just repeat one part that what is the rationale? How are we doing that 7.47%? I got the point that we are growing at 7% and we need to discount back by 15%. So you derived a formula while discounting. So, but
do you want to know formula or logic?
Logic.
Okay.
The taking of inverse 1.15 divided by 1.07 minus 1.
Yeah. See, mathematical derivation, I will be sharing this PDF, right? So you can look it up later on.
Yes.
I'll show you a logical derivation. Maths derivation is simple. Okay, so here's what we'll do. We'll build a timeline. Year 1, 2, 3. How many years we had? 15 years, right?
15, right?
No, the first part, we have 15 payments. So okay. So these are your 15 years. What is your cash flow? The
100.
first cash flow is no.
107.
First cash flow is 100 into 1 plus 7% raised to 1. Raised to 1. So your first year cash flow is 107. Okay.
Right.
What would be second year cash flow? 114. You can do it on your calculator. Try this. 107 plus 7%. 107 plus 7%. How much?
114.49.
Third year, that number 114 on your screen plus 7%. 122. ऐसे 15 बार करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है? करो आप.
Right.
देखते कौन पहले करता है. So these are your 15 cash flows here. The 15th year would be 275. So, if you have Excel, with you, you can just say, you know what, I don't give a F about those formulas. I would just figure out what is the cash flow. 15 साल हो या 1500 साल हो, तो कंप्यूटर को मेहनत करना है, आपको क्या करना है ना? So you figure out actual cash flow, and then you say, I'm going to discount them. I'm going to discount them at 15%. देखो कोई fancy formula चाहिए ही नहीं. I'm just going to discount them at 15%. So how do you do discounting formula? You would say is equal to future value, because ये एक साल बाद आ रहा है, right? Future value divided by 1 plus 15%
To the power of n.
to the power of 1. So first year cash flow, you discount at 15. You do this on your calculator. Do this with me. 107 divided by 1.15. 107 divided by 1.15. 93. And then 114.49 divided by 1.15 square. 114.49 divided by 1.15 square. Square cube क्योंकि 2 साल पीछे लेके आना है. 86. So in this fashion, I can do it for all the 15 years. Let's say who does it first. So these are my individual discounted values, and then I can take a present value of this. The present value of this is 883.99. 1.15, 15% discount rate है ना? So 883. 15% से discount किया 1.1 plus 15%. So present value came out to be 883. Now the thing is, you can't do this on the exams. You can't calculate 15 individual cash flows and then discount them at 15%. So what's the shortcut? How can I do it in the fastest possible way? So I can say, you know what, let me simplify the calculations for myself. Now, on the exam, I can't do it this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep a constant cash flow of 100. I'm going to keep a constant cash flow of 100 because on the exam, if there's a constant cash flow of 100, then I can use the payment button of my calculator. But I can visualize mentally what's happening. Every year, I'm going forward by 7%, coming backwards by 15%. So in a geometric way, I'm coming backwards by that 7 point, whatever that number was, right? So all that I have to do is I have to calculate that discount rate. So that discount rate would be 1.15 divided by 1.07 minus 1. That was 7.48%. And the moment I change my discount rate from 15 to 7.48, then I don't need to 7.48%. Then I don't need to increase my cash flow every year because automatically I've done the mathematical plug or adjustment. So I can keep a constant 100 and now discount all the cash flows with that 7.48%. So when I discount all the cash flows with 7.48 and take present value of all the cash flows, I still get the same 883.99. We can always run a test whether this is equal to this. Right, so that's your shortcut for dealing with growing annuities.
Yes, got it, sir. Thank
you. Okay. Anyone else would like to ask any queries, any questions here?
Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, good afternoon.
While I was calculating the values on this clear TVM row and on the cash flow, I was getting different values. Like though I was following all the steps told by you, still I was getting different values. So what should I do, sir?
Which question? Oh, are you getting answers wrong with TVM row or cash flow function?
So on both the rows, like before the break on cash flows, I was getting exact values, but after I don't know what happened and suddenly the values were coming different.
Okay. Yeah, I think a general thing for all of you. If your TVM row starts showing weird answers, so there are two things that you need to check. Number one, check what did you just eat or drink right before you started doing this. If everything is okay there, or eat, drink, or inhaled, if everything is okay there, then there is a technical thing that can go wrong once in a while. I'll show you what can go wrong. Press second and then press IY on the TVM row. It happens to a lot of people, by the way. First time it happened to me, I went crazy. Press second and IY. Okay, what does it show? P by Y. What is that number? 1? Is it 1 for everyone? Does anyone have a different number? Okay. If this number by mistake gets changed, क्योंकि हम जल्दी जल्दी में कभी गलत बटन दबा रहते हैं ना. So what is that? That is number of periods per year assumption. Okay. If that gets changed, all your TVM, because we are learning in a particular way, it's like we are learning on Windows operating system. If you change that P by Y to something else, you've changed yourself to, let's say, Mac OS. So you're using Windows commands on Mac OS software. You're going to get wrong answers. So you need to be really careful with this. This P by 1 should always be 1, number of periods per annum, because we do the adjustment in the IY and the N on the TVM row. We don't do adjustment in P by Y. Okay, so that's your first check. Even after this, you're getting your answers wrong. You need go and spend some time on level 0. That's the only answer. There's nothing wrong in your calculator. If you're using a calculator, not the app answers could go wrong. If you're using a calculator, it just means that you're not comfortable with usage of calculator yet. Spend a day on level 0, you'd be all right. Okay. Any other queries I can answer?
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Yes, hi.
Sir, I have the question related to economic subject. Can I ask right now?
थोड़ा धीरे धीरे बोलना.
Yes, sir. Sir, I have
slowly, one word at a time.
Sir, I have a doubt in economic subject. Can I ask right now?
You have a doubt in economics or derivative?
Sir, in economic.
हाँ, पूछो.
Like in contractionary environment where central bank increase its interest rate, so in that situation, money supply of the economy decreases, and inflation and there is control in inflation. So in that situation, sir, domestic currency should appreciate, because like as interest rate increases, the foreign investor will invest more, and which lead to domestic currency increase in demand. So in current situation where like inflation rate is controlling and interest rate is increasing, so why our domestic currency is depreciating compared to the US dollar?
मैंने आज पूरे सेशन में जितना एफर्ट्स नहीं लगा ना, उतना आपका क्वेश्चन सुनने में मेरे को लगा. But I understood what he said. So that's good. See, what he said is, that's a good question, Mohit, and thank you for asking it. Yes, I can share the Excel file. And I can share the class notes as well. Just give me a minute. I need to give you some work to do for the week, so don't leave the session just yet. Okay. In fact, you know what, Mohit, just wait for a minute. Let me give some sort of a weekly homework before I let you guys go, and then I'll answer this query. Okay. So quant syllabus is really, really large at level 1. And we are going to work in partnership. I'm going to spend time in the class on the most challenging areas. Right at the beginning, the most difficult area is hypothesis testing. That's where everyone is scared. There's a reading called hypothesis, which is very weird. What weird matlab, we calculate some number, it comes out to be 2. We will be doing a test on ye kya 2 sahi mein 2 hai ya ye kuch aur hai. Right? It's till the time we don't get the logic of it, you're going to find it weird. So we want to spend more time on hypothesis testing, and we want to make sure we are comfortable with it. So the way we're going to work together is, this is your syllabus for quant. This is your FinTree learning management system. I'm going to give you certain topics as self-study topics, and some topics we're going to do together. So today we did time value of money. I still need to do a little bit of theory. We did good numbers calculation. but I still need to do some theory with you on the breakdown of interest rate into different components and all that kind of stuff, which we'll be doing uh, in the Monday morning class. Okay, some basic, not Monday morning. I think we'll reach there on Tuesday morning. So Tuesday morning we'll wrap it up. So this week, what I want you to do is I want you to prepare on time value of money, which with the help of videos. There are videos inside level 1. There are also plenty of videos inside level 0. So you can make use both of them. Get super comfortable with TVM to a level where कोई भी question कैसे भी आ जाए, your accuracy, your hit rate should be 100%. If you reach there, आप 100% CFA charter आपको मिलने वाला है. That's how important TVM is. So be a champion with TVM. And then I also want you to watch this organizing, visualizing, and describing data video this week. It's a long video. बहुत लंबा है. So you'll have to save some time and watch it. But it starts with stuff like mean, median, mode. School में जो बचपन में पढ़ते थे, mean क्या होता है, median क्या होता है, mode क्या होता है. But then towards the end, it goes to normal distribution, skewness, kurtosis. So I recorded these videos a few months ago, and I took my time with them. So ये proper 10-12 घंटे के शायद videos है. But if you watch them, आपको फिर book भी पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. You just watch the video and you directly prepare for the test. You're done. What I will be doing is once I'm done with TVM, then maybe Wednesday this week or Tuesday, we'll see when we reach there. Then we would be starting with probabilities directly. And again, I would be doing probabilities in depth in the class. In fact, I'm going to start probability with NCERT books. जो 10वीं या 12वीं के NCERT books आते हैं, हम लोग वहां से probability शुरू करेंगे. Because I've seen a lot of people have this fear with probabilities, especially when we reach those Bernoulli's and Bayes theorem and dependent, independent, conversion, updated probabilities. Then people start getting very, very confused. So we'll start with 10 standard probabilities and slowly will build up from there. So this is the agenda for next week. This week, we focus on these 2 readings: TVM, organizing, visualizing, and describing data. Is it okay? And that's going to be a weekly test on the coming Saturday. Remember, every weekly test will also have questions on ethics. So that's a default, that's a given. Those people who've come in new, you can't prepare for ethics in 1 week. So आप target रखो कि रोज सोने के पहले 10 minutes, as a sleeping pill, I will read ethics. And trust me, if you do read ethics for 10 minutes, आपको बहुत अच्छा नींद आएगा. And when you get up in the morning, you'd get up and you'd realize that मैं वो अशोक, क्या नाम है उसका? आलोकनाथ. मॉर्निंग रात में आप कादर खान नहीं, वो कौन है? वो श्रद्धा कपूर का फादर, शक्ति कपूर. रात में आप शक्ति कपूर बन के सोओगे, सुबह उठ के आलोकनाथ बन जाओगे. So do ethics every day, 10 to 15 minutes before you go to bed. Read juice notes, and then automatically, slowly, ethics will start building up. All right. So with this session is over, have I shared all the notes? हाँ, उसका आंसर देना है ना. एक मिनट रुको, मेरे को पहले नोट्स शेयर कर लेने दो. June 19th. All right, I've shared the notes in your chat box. I've shared the Excel file as well. Yeah, let me share derivative notes as well. I'm sorry, I forgot to share them. चाहिए आपको 16. हाँ, तो कौन सी दिन है? 16 है या I've shared 16th with you. Okay, let me share. I've shared 16th. Let me share 14th. 13th and 14th are combined. Okay, 13th, 14th, 15th, there was no class. All right, with this, the session is over. ये मोहित का एक आंसर का क्वेरी का आंसर दे देता हूँ, फिर आप जा सकते हो. See, so what Mohit said is, अच्छा है, नहीं करो करो, आवाज करो, अच्छा लगता है. Especially after 2 years of teaching online, I prefer this over that. See, Mohit asked the question कि जो book में पढ़ा है, whatever I studied in the books, वो हो नहीं रहा है market में. Right? And that's why I appreciate the question, because at least he's thinking about it. He's trying to, when he's studying economics, वो कुछ तो दिमाग लगा रहा है कि अच्छा बुक ये बोल रहा है, market में तो कुछ और हो रहा है. That's what he's asking. So let me repeat what he asked. And probably you have the answer, so you give him the answer. The question he asked is, we studied in the books that when a central bank is running a tightening policy, tightening means they're trying to control the inflation. So they're trying to increase the interest rates. So if the central bank is increasing the interest rates, then your textbook says that higher interest rates will attract foreign investors. And if the foreign investors will come, then the demand for your currency will increase, and demand for your currency will increase, your currency will appreciate. Look at what has happened to rupee. Right? Rupee, I'm sure when some of you who are writing exams in August, when you paid your fees, you paid at the rate of 74 rupees. 74 के आसपास का exchange rate मिला आपको. Now these guys would pay for Feb exams. They will pay at about 78. I'm pretty sure the ones who are writing in May, वो 80-81 के हिसाब से rate बढ़ाएंगे, rate देंगे. So rupee, this is called rupee depreciation. Book says currency will appreciate. Market says rupee is depreciating. Why is that happening? Is the question he asked. So आप बताओ क्यों हो रहा है ऐसे? Our currency is not that strong. Okay, fair enough.
Foreign investors are not coming in.
Foreign investors are not coming in. So they're still skeptical. But why are they skeptical about government bonds? Right? Government of India is safe, right? I mean, worst case scenario, paisa छाप के दे देंगे. Flow of money is getting blocked. INR is depreciating by 4-5% per annum, so they'll park somewhere else. But isn't, because now INR is offering a higher rate. So US, let's look at a US 10-year yield. Okay, so एक मिनट रुक जाओ, एक मिनट. आपको जाना है क्या? नहीं तो रुक जाओ. So we'll look at US 10-year yield right now is about 3.25. Okay, so if you buy 10-year US bond, आपको 3.25% interest मिलेगा साल का. 10 साल का मिलके नहीं, per annum. I told you interest rate is always per annum. So 3.25% per annum. If you look at 10-year treasury in India, 10-year GSEC in India, $7.54. So 3.5% वहां पे, 3.5% in the US, 7.5% in India. So if I were an investor, I would look at this. I was like, I want that 7.5 as against 3.5, right? So I should come and invest in India. Why is it not happening? Because the book says when you increase interest rate, your currency should appreciate. So what? Credit risk is higher. Okay.
So the net return we get is also outside of the currency.
So
Because the depreciation is high enough, let's say I have to convert, right, interest rate parity. So I have to convert it back to my home currency, which might be US dollars. So let's say I bought some INR and invested,
okay.
but then I have
So
to
here's
convert
what
it
I
back.
think. Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
No, so I have to convert it back again. So that's why people like, anyways, my money is getting depreciated. So what is the point of getting that extra returns there? And if you're, I think that's the answer for that question which you asked, why people are not investing. But the first question has a broader answer, which that gentleman asked, why India's currency is still depreciating. That's due to multiple reasons of high crude oil prices, and our balance of payment deficits will increase, and also the FII selling. So that's so in theory, there's, I think, one. It's assumed that only one thing is changing and other things are constant. But in practical life, other things are not constant. So there is FII selling. There's also crude oil prices are increasing. So your increased money going out. So yeah, so the other things as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the answer. So we learned that when interest rates go up, currency appreciates. But Mohit, we can also think that the interest rates have gone up more ferociously in the US. Right? So you looked at the Indian side of the story, but have the US interest rates gone up? US interest rates, have they gone up? Yes, they have, right? US interest rates have gone up quite significantly. अभी हुआ ना मीटिंग, अभी कितना announcement हुआ? FOMC का 75 bips, right? 75 bips. So US interest rates are increasing. That's one. So obviously, you need to, as he said, see, in fact, with economics models, right, is a very interesting quote. All economic models fail. All economic models fail, but some models work sometime. So the thing with economics is, and that's why I'm not a big fan of macroeconomics. Okay, because there are these thousands of weird theories that can go contradictory. If you go back in the history, there is Black Wednesday or Monday. I think it's Wednesday, right? When the Bank of England, did I tell you the story? What's his name? George Soros. So this was before, the euro as a currency came into vogue. Okay, so UK had its own pound sterling, and German had what? Marks. Germany had its own currency. All those European countries, they had their own currencies. And they were trying to build this European exchange rate mechanism that time. And UK wanted to be a part of it. Like if you've ever thought, why is British pound, or when UK was a part of Euro, why was British a separate currency? Why was pound a separate currency? Why wasn't it a part of Eurozone? Right? So this incident is responsible for that. So one of the conditions, to cut long story short and to kind of oversimplify this, there was a condition that UK currency should not depreciate by too much. Okay, there was some qualification on what too much is. But the currency was depreciating. So what the central government did is, they said, you know what, we will intervene in the market. We will try to buy. So this hedge fund manager, George Soros, and a lot of other traders, they thought that British government was artificially inflating the price of its own currency. So they started selling, and they started selling big. So it's like government versus traders. Okay. And this guy is not an easy trader. Right? George Soros is one of the wealthiest people on the planet. And this guy has done a lot of interesting things, good or bad, we can debate. But George Soros started selling aggressively, and he also used media to the influence, saying that the currency should, British government should allow currency to fall because that's the equilibrium rate. British government said no. So they first bought in the open market, didn't work. Then they increased interest rate. कुछ आधा एक टक्के का interest rate, emergency meeting of central bank, very dramatic, like how it happens in movies. Emergency meeting, जल्दी जल्दी आओ, कोई bathroom में से उठा के लेके आओ, कोई क्या कर रहा है, and then okay, we are increasing the interest rate by let's say a few basis points. Then also currency falling. Second emergency meeting, increase the interest rates again. And in the second meeting, they said, don't worry, if the currency falls, kal aur badhayenge. And they said that we will increase interest rates tomorrow also. But by the time tomorrow reached, the currency had literally crashed. On a single day, British government lost close to about 3 billion pounds. And George Soros made close to £1 billion there. Okay, so in theory, yes, interest rate increase, when interest rate increases, currency should appreciate. But in practice, there are a variety of other factors that come into play. And I think Sriram pointed them out fantastically. Most important for us right now is our current account deficit. So current account deficit, which pre-COVID was in the range of about 1.5-ish, 1.5%. Current account deficit means difference between our imports and exports. So that number, which was about 1.5%, the latest reported number is about 3.5. So it's more than doubled. So the current account deficit has gone up exponentially higher. Why is that happening? Because obviously everything has become expensive, right? Crude and all of them has become expensive. So that obviously reduces the investor confidence in the currency. So your current account deficit, your health of your economy, the level of inflation, central bank actions, central bank expected actions, all these things are changing at the same time. But yeah, fundamental building block, like in terms of your thinking model, that's correct. If everything else was constant, if we lived in a theoretical world where बाकी सबको आपने रुका दिया, and then you increase the interest rate of a currency, the currency should appreciate. And in practice, because everything else is not constant, it doesn't work. Right. With this, I'm going to take your leave. Thank you very much. I appreciate you coming in. Tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock.
Am I audible?
Sorry, guys, not taking any more questions. Thank you very much.